Welcome back, people.
Hey!
As we begin part 2 of our what was originally just going to be a one-shot. Alright, a brief recap. You guys have been hired by a guy named McAllister, which is this crazy cat. He's an orc fixer. You attended a rock concert run by, that was starring Mariah Mercurial. She's a big name going way back. You spoke to McAllister and he gave you a mission to find a Fiona Craig, who is an archaeologist. She flew into Seattle yesterday and checked into a hotel and subsequently missed all her appointments and has gone missing. McAllister has asked you guys to find her. You used a couple of contacts to find the hotel she checked into and some details, and you managed to rather awkwardly get access to her room eventually, and you searched the room and you found this interesting note. That one there. And I'm pretty sure that is where we left it last time.
Right. Crazy stone.
There was one other bit of information.
Oh, that's weird. Got an error message when I opened my character sheet.
You did it wrong.
What was the error
Sounds
message?
like me. Trying to see if I can get to it. It vanished.
I got the error message too when I opened your character sheet.
Rule set error. Window control anchoring to an undefined control move in window class character sheet name.
I've had that before. That is a pain in the butt.
No, it doesn't seem to be hurting anything at the moment.
It messes with your move.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure how that's fixed either.
On an unrelated note, I just noticed in the options there is currencies next to languages now.
Interesting. I applied the currency that we're working with. I'm not sure what effect that has on the overall rule set stuff, but anyway, there it is.
No idea.
Right, so there was another bit of information that is not seen on that image there, and scrawled in the margin of her notes is Jack Turner, Seattle, 8 p.m. And I do believe that some of you made some rolls to see if you've heard the name Jack Turner.
Was that current events Seattle?
Yeah, I thought we had identified somebody.
Yes, I believe you did. If you have current affairs like Shadowrunners, you can make a roll. And
Nope.
Otherwise, streetwise -4, I think I allowed.
Right, I failed that.
Pretty good at that.
Alright, so I believe you already have this information. I believe you already have this information, but you have heard of Jack Turner. He is a smuggler.
Right.
Ah. So I wonder if he is smuggling this big weird rock.
So he's a smuggler that will just exceed by 2. And he operates out of the Orc Underground. Did anyone else want to make rolls?
Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt. Oh, that's interesting. Oh. I have both area knowledge and current affairs Seattle. Would, oh wait, that was streetwise.
Current affairs Seattle, you can make a roll on -2. Since it's, oh no, it's -3 for related but not specific.
No, that won't do any better.
Alright, so you find well, you don't find a further bit of information. You know a little bit more about Jack Turner. He is a smuggler of guns and BTLs, and he does it through the Orc Underground.
What's a BTL?
Better than life chips. Basically, plug it into your head, and you live in a better than life VR world.
Highly addictive, and Maria Mercurial has a history with them.
And I believe there's a movie that's related to that. I can't remember the name of it now.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Target one with the rape line.
Dream something?
Dreams.
Ralph finds. Yeah.
But yes, they are, you know, a drug basically. People's miserable lives are replaced by these BTL lives, and some people, plug in and just never want to come out, so they just waste
Oh,
away
thank
and
God they don't
die.
exist in the real world.
Imagine if people spent many hours a day living in a fantasy world. No, I was thinking of Upgrade, which also had some VR junkies.
Alright, so I guess the next step is to seek this fellow out.
Well, we have the name, and we know who he is. Do we have a location, or potentially, aside from the Orc Underground? Or is that a specific place?
It's literally underground.
Yes, the Orc Underground is a specific, well, it's not a specific place, it's a specific area underneath Seattle. Is it Strange Days?
That's what I was thinking of.
That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, I think it's Strange Days.
Yeah, set in the future of 1999, I think.
Well, we should have hoverboards already, and I'm disappointed.
Oh, I'm disappointed about all sorts of stuff they promised me for the future.
I feel better about the fact that we don't have the flying cars yet when I remember how people drive with non-flying cars.
What did you say you think the movie is?
Strange Days.
Yeah, well, there have been a lot of movies that dealt with the VR addiction issue.
I think, from memory, Strange Days was in particular about like snuff VR.
Yeah, I didn't see that. That's not the movie I'm thinking of. I'll see if I can find it.
But yeah, it's Ralph Fiennes.
There was one where the inventor of the technology was eventually killed with it.
Of course, there's also Tech War.
That was a series with Shatner, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
A short-lived one.
Written by him.
I seem to recall it wasn't too bad. I don't think it's probably aged all that well.
I suspect not. Honestly, some of the best cyberpunk.
Brainstorm.
Don't recall that one.
Yeah, Brainstorm's not ringing any bells at all.
That's what it's about. It's BTL.
Neuromancer still is the best cyberpunk.
Agreed. And that was the year after Brainstorm. Probably part of the inspiration.
I actually really liked, what was it, Almost Human?
As for movies, Johnny Mnemonic.
Ugh. I didn't hate terrible adaptation of the story.
Yeah, that may be.
Anyway, moving on. So you have Jack Turner. He's a smuggler that operates out of the Orc Underground. He smuggles guns and BTLs through the underground. If someone wishes to give me a area knowledge Seattle, you are welcome to do so. If Seattle is your hometown, you get to roll on default IQ.
I only have current events.
Then you can roll IQ.
Mm-hmm.
Bookworm, you have details of the underground. It is basically a sub culture in sub Seattle, being underground. They're almost autonomous, but not quite. It's a big grey area. You know, the police aren't allowed to operate in the underground. So Knight Errant, which is the corporation that has the contract for law enforcement in Seattle, they have no jurisdiction in the Orc Underground, which is probably why this Jack Turner uses it as his medium to smuggle stuff.
So I'm picturing that neighborhood in Hong Kong that is no longer there, where it was all stolen utilities and people helping each other out, and had like machine shops and farms and restaurants and haircutting places, and it was just all quasi-legal.
There are two known entrances to the underground. One is a much used sort of public entrance where a lot of tours will run from, and they'll run down this tourist drive basically, which is just a tourist strip in the underground, so people can say they've been to the Orc Underground. And the other is in a place behind a bar. I will find that name for you. Okay. The main entrance is through Lordstrom's department store. It is a large set of double escalators that go from the first floor of the department store down into the underground. The other known entrance is a stairwell at the back of a place called the Big Rhino. This is a lesser known, but the Big Rhino operates from 10 a.m. to midnight, and while the Big Rhino is open, you can get access to the underground that way. However, you guys most likely know that the underground has lots of secret entrances as well. And it's very likely that this Jack Turner will be using some of those secret entrances to conduct their business affairs.
Cool. Well, I will let the guys know about the entrances and the nuances of their hours of accessibility and stuff.
Oh, by the way, did anyone want to spend any points from last session?
I've only got a point, so nah.
I too only have one left.
Current affairs Shadowrunners is probably a skill that is worthwhile getting.
I'll make a note.
We hadn't bought that last time.
Well, then you could have rolled that to see how much you know about Jack Turner.
Yeah, Streetwise was better.
Fair enough.
Did you say the name of that place was?
Lordstrom's department store is the main entrance, and the Big Rhino is the lesser known entrance. The Big Rhino being a restaurant.
There's a space between the H and the E just because.
Because it's E Big Rhino. No, I can't type.
Maybe they couldn't type either.
And it would be fairly common knowledge to you guys that Lordstrom's department store, they're fairly heavily invested in this tourist highway thing, so it's a bit of a money-making affair for them. If you wish, you can get a tour that runs every so often through the Orc Underground, showing off all the touristy places.
No, that old Google Maps that we had for Shadowrun doesn't work anymore.
Sad face, that was really useful.
Oh, that's too bad.
There are quite a few more that I'm seeing here, but various levels of usability.
Alright, so what is your plan as you finish up in the hotel room of Fiona Craig?
Well,
Okay, where is it? I mean, in relation to our current position.
Downtown Seattle. So let me.
Did we find any of
I've got a
Maria's
map, I think.
belongings?
Yes, all her belongings are here.
Right, I'm going to get a hairbrush with her hair on it and cast Seeker.
Yeah.
right. He can do that sort of thing.
Alright,
Pretty good at it.
one moment before you do.
It's Magic page 105.
I forgot that was his thing.
I thought I had a map that showed it, but there is this map of downtown Seattle, and from memory, the Orc Underground sort of occupies that area. But you can't quote me on that. For the title of the map, what are you guys seeing?
Map _ downtown _ Seattle _ 2050.
Yep. Okay. Alright, so your plan.
Cast this spell.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, right.
Probably actually want to roll it because
It's range based and there's penalties
it is
and
range
stuff.
based
Yeah.
and you don't want to give away the range.
So you can roll it in the box for me, please.
Okay. And I do have something of hers, so I'm avoiding the additional -5. And since I don't know her personally, I'm not taking the +1. And that will cost me 2 fatigue. Which hopefully I'll get back on the way to wherever we're going next.
What page is that on, or what page is the
Magic
modifiers?
105. Oh, the modifiers are Magic 14.
And there's you get like a GPS coordinate if she's within a.
I get if she's within a mile, I get the way to her. And if it's more than a mile, then I get a vision of where she is. I think it's a mile. Let me look again. Yeah, you get a vision of the item's whereabouts, or it leads you to it if it's within a mile. And the caveat with using it on a person is that you must either know their name or know them well enough to visualize them, which, since Maria is a star, no problem.
No, that's not the person you're looking for. It's Fiona Craig, but you have the details anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. But I did have her name.
And hair.
We got pictures too, I would imagine, which I'm wondering how that figures into the magic rules.
It doesn't make any difference. It would be enough to avoid the -5 if you had a picture.
Alright, so you actually do feel a connection. She is not close. Meta, she's not within a mile. But you get a image of a room, a small room, and you feel that she's probably a captive.
Do I see evidence that she's a captive, like bindings or anything?
No, you just get that feeling. You know, the position that she is in the room, so if you're like looking through her eyes and such.
Oh, I can't see her?
Well, I don't think. Let me see.
Success gives the caster a vision of the item's whereabouts. So that's your discretion, I guess, whether I can see her or just the room.
All right, you see her then in a room. She is most definitely a captive.
Okay.
And as for the direction, you do not know because she's not within that mile.
Got it. So she's alive, she's being held captive, she's in a room. Did I get any clues as to the nature of what type of building? Is it a house? Is it a hotel room? Is it an office?
It seems to be a residence of some sort.
It seems to be a residence, either an apartment or a home of some kind. And that's all I got. And she's not within a mile, as far as I can tell.
Did we establish on the map where we are at currently?
You could, because you have an actual address. You are at the was it Mulvihill Hotel, 3225 158th Avenue, Bellevue. Where exactly that falls on the map, I'm not sure. I'm sure you'd Google it.
Been working on it.
It would be interesting if the hotel is actually really still, or really there. But the address should be relevant anyway.
Okay. So that map that we have there is downtown. That means we're across the lake from it in Bellevue. To the what is that direction? East.
There's that map there.
6 miles or so, as the crow flies.
And here's another map. You now has all the maps that I've got.
Ah, okay. So if we're looking at map 2. Of course, I have no idea where in Bellevue that is. Although it's not terribly important. At this point, we have established we are dealing with between 5 and 10 miles.
You're in
That's from
southeast.
the Orc Underground.
You are southeast Bellevue. On this map, I think that is indicating the Orc Underground.
It is?
No, actually, it's not. It might be. I'm not sure. I just think so because there's a that might be the there's a little outline sketch.
Hmm.
So that might be indicating the underground.
Downtown is up there by the sea.
Well, that whole area is downtown. That whole grey area.
No, the map that we're looking at up there, the downtown Seattle 2050, that is definitely right there next to the sea.
Correct.
Anyway.
Okay, so now that we have established that, so we know that the girl's alive and captive, but we don't know where that is. So we have to go to the Orc Underground, which we know where the Orc Underground is, but we don't know where it is in the Orc Underground, and that covers a fair amount of space.
Though you do have some information, Jack Turner, and he operates in the underground, so you should be able to do some legwork in the underground to get some informations. If your Shadowrunner's worth your cred.
Well, we're missing the person that does legwork.
Well, your legwork just is a little less, has a little less finesse.
Our legwork more involves breaking them.
can achieve the same results, just a different way of doing it.
We have contacts as well.
All right. Well, nothing left but to go there. What time of day is it? Seems like it was late-ish.
It was late at night, because you are doing this immediately after the concert, I believe.
Yeah, I think we went straight there.
So, you're looking in between sort of 10 to midnight. So at this point, the Rhino should be open, and the Lordstrom's exit is always open.
Did my roll give me an idea of which one might be better, or any advantages or disadvantages to using one exit rather than another?
No, it doesn't really matter. Both, other than the time. So one, you're going through the restaurant, and the restaurant has to be open for you to get through. There's no real difference. And I guess you've probably, maybe been into the underground before, so you would also know that the Lordstrom's exit has guards. It has some security and stuff like that.
What do you think?
However, that security aren't like TSA or anything. They're just there to maintain public safety.
Okay, they're not going to be patting people down or anything.
No.
Okay. Sounds like that's the way to go then. What do you guys think?
One of the guys is apparently not available at the moment. I don't have any better ideas, honestly.
Alright, we'll go to the
Kind of shot in the dark.
then.
I suppose my general knee-jerk reaction to that situation is to use whatever the fewer people are.
That link is the actual Google Maps location for that address.
Eh? Oh, you mean the hotel?
Yeah.
So what is the underground structurally?
Alright,
Is it a sewer? Is it a friggin' subway tunnel or something?
I think it's a mixture of all of the above.
I shall read you this little excerpt. The Orc Underground. The very name conjures up a dozen different images: intricate dwarven architecture, damp musty caves, an army of metahumans, dark caves filled with devil rats and ghouls. The list goes on and on. There are a lot of conflicting stories about what it's like in the Orc Underground, and both and all and none of these stories are true. The vast network of tunnels, honeycombs, the underground underneath Seattle, and each section of the underground is different. Some are a little more than dirt and stone caves, while other sections, if it weren't for the ceiling 2 to 3 stories above your head, you would think that you were on a normal city street.
So, dungeon crawl.
I have a picture. Picture tells 1,000 words.
Well, you should have led with that.
Narrow streets. I would think, the streets of Blade Runner. Very tight spaces, lots of people sort of walking around.
Flying cars in the air.
Except there's not enough ceiling room for flying cars. Okay, well, yeah. A lot of ways to get lost in there.
Sounds like it.
With regards to area knowledge, the underground will be sufficiently different that your area knowledge Seattle will not be appropriate. Actually, I suppose you could roll it on a penalty.
I was gonna say, if would any skills that we actually have qualify?
The ideal skill would be area knowledge Orc Underground, but I guess a area knowledge Seattle -4 could give you, general stuff, not anything, super specific.
Well, let's see. Not me, because the dice hate me.
Or
today.
me.
With neither of you being metahumans, you probably don't get down there too often, since it seems to be a place where metahumans can go and not be bothered too much.
I have current events, but not area knowledge.
Well, you get area knowledge your hometown for free, equal to your IQ. So IQ -4 if you need to roll.
And the dice favor you anyway, so why not?
Alright.
For now.
Alright, so Bookworm, in your past, some of the partying that you've done has led you to various areas in the underground, so you have some experience of what it's like there.
So they have clubs down there.
They have clubs and drinking spots and things like that, yes.
Alright, cool. That would probably be the extent of what I know about down there.
Remember,
But I'll take it.
RN Jesus blesses you in the morning and curses you in the afternoon.
Oh yeah. I'm well aware.
Alright, well, Book sounds like he knows where we're going.
So let's try it.
In we go.
Alright, so and you're going through the department store entrance, Lordstrom's?
Yeah.
Yes.
Unless Bookworm's area knowledge knows of a side entrance somewhere.
No, just the one at the Big Rhino.
Because there's no way there's not another entrance.
Yeah, they're just secret.
Well, I shall read this little blurb. Making your way to the Orc Underground is easy. There are 2 easily accessible public entrances. One in the basement of Lord Strong's department store, the other under the Big Rhino, a restaurant that serves authentic Orc cuisine. There are supposedly numerous hidden entrances all over the city, but only residents of the underground know their location. Lord Strong's is the largest and most easily accessible of the 2 main public entrances, and is the only one that's open 24/7.
There you go. In the meantime, Lord Strings it is.
Alright, so you enter into Lord Strong's entrance, and you are initially bombarded with advertisements that advertise guided tours that run 4 times a day for the cheap price of 150 new yen. Oh, actually, let's see if I can copy that symbol. Hold on. I think it worked. It looks a little dodgy in the currencies thing on Fantasy Grounds.
Hey.
I just copied the new yen symbol.
Oh.
Which is that. It didn't work too well.
Yeah, I ran across a mention of it. It said something about the party sheet, like it's available in the party sheet or parcels or something related to that.
Never mind.
Well, aside from the Orc Underground general area, we have absolutely no direction to find this dude.
Well, if we can get in there and get within a mile, I can try Seeker again. It can be used once per week per target. But we might, since he is a smuggler, we might be able to just ask around and, grease some palms.
Alright, so on that map, that's where you guys will appear.
Fire zone.
Yes. When you get down to the Orc Underground, it becomes immediately apparent that there is some sort of conflict going on. Security are standing watch, ensuring that the conflict does not spill sort of over and extend into this sort of public thoroughfare, which tends to be the case at present. Security are Knight Errant, or the Knight Errant Corporation. I will need perception or observation rolls from people, please.
What was that? Observation?
Perception or observation. I'm assuming that you're taking a moment to look.
Yeah, assess the situation, see who's fighting who and why, if possible.
There's fighting.
There is fighting. And if you have current affairs gangs and stuff, then you're welcome to make a roll on that. Alright, the conflict seems to be two gangs engaged in a gang fight. On one side are a group called Scratcher. They appear to be an all-orc gang. Their colours are mostly grey, brown and grey. The other bunch appear to be heavily chromed and body modded. They're wearing gold and chrome. You will notice through your augmented reality and a lot of the like TV display signs that light up the place, that they have, these normal advertising mediums have been hacked, and they are displaying things like reality hackers rule, reality is a lie, for a good time, call Gutter's mum. A large number of the shops in the vicinity have, or their AR signs and stuff have been, vandalized and showing porn and stuff like that.
Can we determine what they're fighting over, or are they just, being those kind of gangers?
They're just being those kind of gangers. There is no gunfire taking place at present. It is, mainly yelling, screaming, pushing, shoving, some fisticuffs. Nothing that, is too out of hand.
So it'd be a bad idea for somebody to throw a firecracker then.
Depends on what you consider a bad idea. It could be fun.
Mm-hmm.
And they seem to be, security have sort of, formed a bit of a line to, stop anything spilling over. But there are only, half a dozen security in this area. They don't seem to be all that concerned. When you come down, you will be told by a security officer it's, best that you turn around and, go back. It's unsafe at the moment.
Everywhere's unsafe.
But yeah, they don't seem to. Their reaction is fairly calm, so you get the idea that this is maybe something that happens every so often, but it never seems to escalate to the point where it becomes a serious threat where they need riot squad and stuff like that.
Tell the security guards we got a waiver.
The security guard says, "We're not going to interfere with you if you go past this this line. It's on your own. It's on your own necks."
That's how I like it.
Your choice, chummer. Just don't expect us to drag your sorry ass out if you get yourself in trouble.
Kind of skirt the goings on.
So where precisely? I was briefly AFK. I had to use the bathroom. Where precisely are we going in here?
Presumably that way.
Yeah, precisely, we don't know.
Well, that way will get you into the underground proper.
Now, where is the actual fight?
It's going on in that grey area.
Okay, so the fight is all over there.
Yes, you have a number of people just sort of spread out, harassing each other.
Well, it looks like there's a side tunnel right there.
There is indeed a side tunnel. Where it goes, you do not know.
I don't know. I think it'll lead further up the tourist highway.
The bookworm, you succeeded your area knowledge by 9. You would know that that's another, that tunnel will take you further in.
Yeah, that side tunnel, you're right. Let's go that way.
What are the chances that one of these guys is going to shove Ditch, and Ditch is going to shove him back?
Through a wall.
It might not be that big a deal if I don't necessarily perceive them as a threat.
I think you're going to perceive them as a threat.
It's possible.
You perceive everybody as a threat.
That's not true. At least 75% of people I meet are not in my way.
There's going to be a dude in your way. Brian, there needs to be a dude in his way.
Alright, so Ditch. You're leading the way. You get to about there.
I don't know why I'm leading the way, but whatever.
'Cause I say so.
Well, there's
No, unless
three
someone
of
else
us.
is.
So we've got you're a scary, almost black man leading Book, and I'm pulling up the rear as the other scary black man.
Are any of you obviously chromed or metahuman? None of you are metahuman.
Well,
No cyberwares?
Defines metahuman.
technically paladin
Elf
should
or
be
dwarf.
Orc.
Damp here?
Well, you come across as human.
Yeah.
So, anyone cyberware? Ditch was or Daniel, you were saying something.
no.
Do you have
No,
the
I
eyes
imagine
thing
my-
happening?
I'm presuming the goggles are down right now.
Righto.
How lit is it in here, by the way?
This area is fairly well lit.
Yeah, goggles are down.
All right, so you get about there, heading past the security guard who just shrugs and shakes his head. It's like, idiots. But what do you do?
I'm sure we're not the first guys like us to come down here.
That said, yeah, you probably look like you can handle yourself, with the exception of Bookworm. It's like, man, that little kid's gonna get murdered. Or that little guy's gonna get murdered.
Yeah, and then they notice there's. Yeah, go ahead.
No, they're probably asking themselves, I wonder how much he paid those guys to come bodyguard for him.
Yeah, probably.
He's just down here for a party.
Alright, so once you get to there, something happens that seems to escalate the conflict, and guns are drawn, nail bats are produced, and cyber spurs are sprung.
Spurred?
Snicked.
Popped.
Yeah, in the comics, Wolverine always called it popping his claws.
And the fight has escalated. When it does, the line of security that were sort of just standing, making sure people didn't sort of pass this area, they react and start doing a sort of a tactical retreat, holding the line, but just getting out of the actual danger zone. Again, they don't seem to be overly concerned, other than they've probably seen things escalate on occasion, and they don't seem to be too concerned that the fight is going to escalate this way.
And one of the dudes that has hacked all of the stuff is totally changed the standard music to the Kirk Spock fight music from Amok Time.
Yes. With the words, for a good time. Call Goddess Mom.
I wonder if there's a techno version of that. Now I want to go look for it.
All right.
If the security guys are charging down there to deal with the
they're
riot,
not charging down there. They're heading back.
Oh, they're leaving.
So the security guards were sort of just in a line there, just making sure that what was happening before didn't progress past there. Now that guns are drawn and weapons are out, they're backing off just to put a little bit of space between the conflict and them, so there's no stray bullets and stuff. So they're backing off.
Actually,
one of the security will see you guys approaching, and he'll say, "Get yourselves back."
Actually, I'm going to stop at the Kill-A-Burger there and get a burger. Watch the show.
Good idea.
Alright, so you will be waiting till the fighting stops?
Well, we'll see what happens.
What are those?
Seems wise to let this blow over.
They're just obstacles, I imagine. They're benches and...
I was just wondering in case we needed to have cover for when bullets start flying.
Yes, you can certainly use it for cover. Okay, so you wait, and things start getting pretty wild. They start hooking into people, and there is blood beginning to flow. People go for cover as some shooting starts. I think I have a picture.
Yeah, hold the sauce. No fries.
There you go. The chromed guy obviously being reality hacker.
Far out.
Alright, so the fight escalates pretty quickly. There is a few bodies on the ground that are bleeding out with serious injuries. These are both orc and reality hackers. And things are rapidly getting out of hand. You see the security have started to back off quite a lot. They have now backed off past your burger shop, and the guy inside the burger shop will be sort of looking out, and he'll be going, what's going on?
Making a mess of some people out there.
Ditch should give a play-by-play.
He comes out from behind the counter, and he starts looking at the fight, and he says, I'm going to shut the door. In or out?
I'm thinking in. What do you guys think?
Eh.
Small.
Yeah, it won't take long.
It is about this time that an alarm begins to sound. Back from the sort of Nordstrom's, towards the Nordstrom's area.
What the heck is that noise? It's like you're going through a car wash.
Oh, that's my son. He's cleaning out his fish tank.
Ah, okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, so you choose to stay in?
Might as well.
Yeah.
Alright, so he squeezes past you. It's a tight spot. This place being just basically a hole in the wall. He shuts the door and will lock it. He says he sort of taps the glass on his shop. He says, "We should be safe in here. This stuff's bulletproof."
It's bullet resistant, not bulletproof.
Bullet resistant.
Now Ditch settles in for the hamburger, right?
Just stand there eating a hamburger, looking out the window.
All right, so the fight escalates and gets way out of hand. It isn't long before there is fighting right in front of the door. One of the orc scratches has his nail bat. He sort of sees you guys in the shop, gives you an evil, toothy grin, smashes the glass front of the shop. It just sort of scratches it a little bit, but the glass sort of vibrates and shakes with the force of the impact. Knight Errant security have damn it, phone.
Should I blind him?
Knight Errant security
has called.
gets a phone call.
That would be funny to just, hit him with flash or whatever.
Magic is cheating.
Alright, sorry about that.
That's alright.
So yes, the glass vibrates with the force of the impact. You will see off to your left, the security detail has increased with some rather heavily armed knight errant officers filing down the escalator and producing riot shields, and they have weapons, and anyone that sort of comes towards that escalator area with murderous intent is shot or forced back, depending on how murderous their intent is.
It's the Killer Day parade.
You guys have one of those here too?
You will also notice other people in shops will be locking up, and there's also people people that have chosen to make a run for it instead of stay inside a shop, and they sort of try and avoid any sort of conflict, and they're mostly being left alone. The locals, they don't seem to be targeted at all, but if they get in the way, they're pushed aside so that the gangers can get at each other. Eventually, the hostilities die down, and the security line sort of pushes forward, and the gangers will disperse. The medics in the knight errant detail will start attending to people that are on the ground that have been injured.
Does the guy unlock the door, or is he waiting for this to clear up as well?
Get a to-go coffee.
The guy will unlock the door once it becomes clear that it's safe. However, you will be approached by knight errant security, and they will stop you, saying that you guys are going to be detained for questioning
What the hell for?
as
We
witnesses.
were in there getting a burger.
We were getting burgers.
Didn't see anything.
Well, if you tell them that, they'll likely let you go very quickly, but you're still being detained for questioning as witnesses, not
When
accomplices.
when you say detained, what do you mean by that?
We have to stay here until we answer their questions, I expect.
Yes. You're not being cuffed or anything like that, if that's what you're...
Okay.
Or removed from this place. They just don't want us to leave.
I can live with that, I guess. We're not in that
I'll
big a
answer some
hurry.
questions.
Because Ditch is totally like, this is a really good burger. Can I have another one?
If you're paying, you can have as many burgers as you want, but they're not free.
Should eat all the burgers, Ditch.
Alright, so you will... you won't be waiting for too long. You can hook into another burger if you wish, but then you are approached by two knight-errant officers that seem to stand out from the rest, in that they are, wearing mostly plain clothes. They're of the probably detective variety, you imagine. One is a large troll. I believe I have a picture of him. No, I do not have the troll.
The other one looks like Thomas Jane with a funny haircut and a fedora.
No, the other is a woman. She looks like that.
Not Claudia.
Not Claudia. Although she probably should. Not Claudia. Actually, I do have the old. Sorry, the troll.
I do have Claudia as a contact.
Do you?
I do.
Actually, did we all do that? No, I guess not. Right. I got a couple of favors, though.
Do any of you guys have obvious big guns and stuff?
Define obvious.
That would be
I do not.
potentially illegal. That would
Actually, I have
cause
no idea what's
police
legal or
officers
not.
to be concerned.
All of my inventory is unidentified item. But I don't remember having anything like that.
It would be basically the legality class of your weapons.
Oh, well, what is the control rating?
I believe it's 4. It might be 3. 3, I think it is. 4 is quite controlled. 3 is illegal.
Right. Yeah, it goes the other way. Lower numbers, freer.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like everything I got is 3 or 4. with the exception of some ammunition.
I have a 3 pistol, and I have no idea what the LC of a katana is.
It'll be fine. Pistols will be fine. Katanas will be fine. You know, massive rifles and such might draw some attention.
we left Vapor elsewhere, so he's probably
Did he
the guy
have
that have the storm rifle or storm carbine or anything.
Did he have one? I don't remember anybody ever using one.
I remember he ended up having one at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've got a shotgun, but it's slung under the coat anyway. And shotguns aren't typically frowned upon.
All right, so this troll, probably one of the biggest trolls that you've seen, sort of standing 3 meters tall, sort of glares down at you and snarls.
3 meters.
Yes, 3 meters.
Jesus Christ.
That is a big, big fellow.
So that's what, a little over 9 feet?
Yeah.
10 feet? 10 feet, big, about 10 feet.
Just shy of 10 feet. It's like regular 3 meters is like 9.8 feet.
And he says, "You're Shadowrunners, right?"
Right now, I'm just eating a burger, man.
We're tourists.
He sort of gives you a nod, as in, "Yeah, I don't buy your story at all."
Then I will show him the hamburger I'm eating.
It was mainly in response to the "we're tourists."
Oh.
I give him the I know you don't believe that look.
He says, "We wish to talk to you." And the woman will approach. She'll ask you guys to sort of step out of the shop, so there is some room to speak.
Okay.
And she'll instruct you guys to follow her. To a more discreet location, out of the way of potential listeners and stuff.
These never end badly. Right. Well,
So
let's see where this goes.
The woman says, "My name is. I am the Assistant District Attorney, Dana Oakes. This here is Detective Tosh Athak. He is from the Knight Errant Special Crimes Task Force." She says, "I am hoping that you people can help us."
Well, we just got here. How can we help you?
"I am not fond of working outside the law, but in this world, the law is, quite frankly, a mess. Criminals have a million ways to avoid the long arm of the law, and I'm sure you're well aware of this. However, I have a job to do, and one way or another I plan to get it done. That's where you come in." Seattle law doesn't quite extend below the streets of Seattle. The government doesn't recognize the underground as part of the city, and as such won't contract knight errant to police it. The criminal... One moment while my son makes a lot of noise.
No problem.
The criminal scum who prey on my city know this and seek refuge in this pit. And she just sort of nods with her head down the tourist highway.
She called it my city.
That's right.
And you can tell...
Secretly a masked vigilante at night.
Yes, you can tell there's a little bit of bitterness towards perhaps the underground. I've been tracking someone who's holed up down here somewhere, and I need him brought somewhere so that I can have him legally arrested. I'm hoping that you gentlemen, considering your general, how should I say it, abilities, can help in this task. I'm willing to pay, of course.
Side quest.
Suddenly everybody wants to give us a job.
Well, maybe you could help us out with a little bit of information if we agree to help you do this thing.
She shrugs and says, sure. As long as it's not going to compromise any of my investigations.
I don't think it should. We're just looking for a particular smuggler. Works in this area of town.
Her eyebrows raise a little.
Goes
Do you
by
have
the
a
name?
name?
Yeah, Jack something. What was his name?
Turner.
Right.
Turner.
The troll will sort of huff and smile and shake his head. And Dana Oakes, she smiles and says, "That is the very man that we would like to arrest."
Well, what a happy coincidence. Got any pointers or leads that could set us on the right path?
It would seem that fate may have brought us together. So, I can assume that we are going to help each other out here.
We like to be helpful.
If we move ahead on this, your job will be to find Jack Turner and deliver him to Detective Athak here. Athak will claim that he has caught the guy inside his jurisdiction, and he'll go to jail for a long time. You'll obviously keep silent about the matter, you'll get paid, and all is good. She says, we know that, well, she will confirm. So we have an agreement, yes? A deal?
We hadn't really talked about the amount, or did she say the amount and I missed it?
She hasn't said anything about an amount.
Well, the deal usually has something coming the other way as well. What do you have in mind?
What is the sort of standard rate for Shadowrunning?
Depends entirely on the jobs. a few thousand here and there, depending on what it is, up to ridiculously high amounts for high risk, high
I think
high
I end
reward.
up asking that question every time.
As we are playing through the Shadowrun missions campaign, the standard rate is a convenient number that's given to us. So she looks to Athak and she says that we can offer you 3,000 yuan each on the delivery of Jack Turner, alive, of course.
Sounds like a really good deal.
He must, of course, be delivered into the custody of Detective Athak, and upon completing that task, you will be paid. Any attempts to negotiate a better deal?
Yeah, we're not the guys for that.
I don't have that kind of skills.
Same. But it sounds good.
She offers a hand, and she says, "I believe this is the standard procedure in sealing a deal. I'm a little old school."
Well, shake hands.
Well, she goes on to tell you a little bit more about Jack Turner. He is a smuggler, and she says that he has a warehouse in the underground near the docks area. And this area is called Pirates Cove.
What's the best way to get there from here?
I will need some rolls if you have area knowledge. Seattle, you can roll at -4. Or you can roll your IQ -4.
We should probably all roll.
Woohoo!
Well done. You are nailing these rolls.
0 for 5.
There's all my 6s.
Damn.
Okay. Apparently I've been there
Alright.
before. Recently.
Now you've heard it talked about. Pirates Cove is basically a smuggler's den in the underground. It's a little underground grotto that has a hidden entrance out into I think it's pronounced Puget Sound. I guess that's the bay. Puget Sound.
Puget.
Yeah.
Smugglers use it to sneak small cargo into the city on fishing boats. And it's somewhere north of the tourist highway.
Boy, I wish I'd have known that beforehand. We would have boated in.
Yeah.
So, on a critical success, you probably have an idea of how to get there.
What the passcode is for his alarm system.
But you don't know where specifically Jack Turner is. For the sake of the stream, I should probably organise my screens a little bit.
Well, we are at the entrance. We could leave and come back in by water if you wanted to.
That's true. Yeah, I'm assuming my understanding of the area is based on the exit. Seeing as I had no freaking clue about the internals.
Well, you'd know where they obviously run their boats out of.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan, though. We just go ahead and back out and grab a boat.
Alright, so you will conclude your business with Dana Oakes. Detective Athak will give you a card, and you can, if anyone has body language, they're welcome to roll.
Not I.
No body language?
Nope.
No. Yes. 1 for 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Alright, Paladin, you can just tell by Detective Athak's body language that he does not like you guys. You are basically his, the people that he's trying to arrest. So having to deal with you is, against his sort of code. So you get that sort of vibe that he does not like you. But he's operating under instructions. He will give you a card, or he'll flick you his contact details to your various comms, and he'll say, when you have the man, contact me and we will arrange a pickup. You can drop him at the entrance an entrance to the underground.
Cool.
And he finishes his statement with a bit of a snarl, and you will finish up with these two.
Meeting all kinds of fun people
Feeling
today.
he doesn't like us.
Dana Oakes, on the other hand, she seemed pretty indifferent. It's obvious that you're a means to an end.
I don't know. She was eyeing Ditch's hamburger.
It's those big kahuna burgers.
That is a tasty burger.
Yep, she's totally thinking, crap, I haven't eaten all day.
Alright, so you accept the job. You will be allowed to leave, and the other knight errant are, instructed not to interfere with you guys. Others are being sort of questioned. People are taking notes. It is about now that some press will sort of rock up, and you've got some reporters, setting up cameras and doing, live here at the Orc Underground, in the aftermath of gang crisis, yet again in the streets of Seattle, and obviously blowing the story completely out of proportion, and over dramatizing the whole event.
Why would news media do something like that?
Yeah, it's unheard of.
Is it Morton Downey Jr.?
You can easily avoid them. Actually, I will roll. Let's see. Someone give me a universe reaction roll. Paladin, you can roll.
Not
You've been rolling
Phil.
so well.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah, you see some reporters that sort of look your way, and it's like, oh, there's an opportunity, but then something more attractive, right next to them sort of crops up, and they pull up a knight errant security and stop to sort of ask questions. And this all happens while there are people being sort of led out under the covers of some sheets on gurneys, and some are like screaming in pain, and others are like tripping on morphine or whatever the equivalent painkillers are, as they're led away from this area. And before long, everything will be sort of under control, and life goes on, and everything's back to normal. You guys, so you're either going through the underground, or you're going to try and get a boat.
Let's boat. It's going to be way easier to navigate.
Do we
Works
have
for me.
anybody that can actually use a boat?
Oh, anybody can use one.
Use one well?
Getting a boat at almost midnight in Seattle, probably not the easiest thing to do, though.
What? The people that own the boats are going to be nowhere near it.
Fair enough.
I see what you did there.
You will of course, have to break into marinas and stuff, so I'm sure there's opportunity for fun stuff there.
No, I figure at the worst we could probably go to the location by street and enter the marina, the docks or whatever from the outside. There's probably a way in that doesn't involve boating, but I'm perfectly willing to steal a boat.
Your choice.
I'd say probably the path of least resistance is to drive over there and see what the situation is, whether we need a boat or not.
I'm not trying to influence
That's logical.
your decisions at all, but the path of least resistance is just probably walk through the underground to Pirate's Cove.
Except we don't know where we're going.
You can ask. It's
Then
not
we
like
have to
it's
ask.
it's secret. You'll still have to find out where Jack Turner is, so you're going to have to ask people anyway. Just saying. But anyway.
Well, how far away is it?
You rolled a critical, so you would have a reasonably good idea. One moment, I'll try and find how far it is.
It's exactly that far away.
Well, the real question is whether or not it's far enough away I'd rather not walk.
It will be a couple of mile walk. Actually, no, it'll be 2.5 mile walk. That's 5 kilometers ish. So it'll take you, half an hour to an hour to walk, depending on how fast you are.
Anybody else?
Nah, it's fine. Walking's fine for me.
Yeah, if it's that close, that's not a big deal.
I guess we walk from here.
Alright, well, you begin the walk, and it isn't long before you leave the tourist highway, and like all tourist thoroughfares, a couple of blocks away you get into the real city, not jazzed up with pretty signs and advertising and all that sort of stuff. And this is where the actual people of the Orc Underground live. It is it's a mass of small tunnels, small tight tunnels. There's like small shops that like in Blade Runner, that are basically a window onto the street. I think I've shared the image there. And you will be sort of, watched, but no one really pays any attention. Every now and then someone's going to prompt you to buy something, or they're offering, a good time or services that you may or may not want to indulge in. It is clear that you are not locals. You just don't have that aura of I'm a local. You are obviously outsiders.
Plus, we don't have orc teeth.
Indeed.
And there is that. Metahumans definitely make up the majority of people here. Orcs being the vast number, but there are dwarves and elves that inhabit this area as well. And there is of course, humans.
Because humans are superior.
So you will, you may need to, if you have, I guess a navigation roll is probably appropriate here to see how well you track to the location.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to take the tunnels.
Does anyone have navigation?
Probably not.
Of course, bloody not.
Then you can roll an IQ, which will
default
represent.
IQ -5, cartography -4, or mathematics surveying -4.
Well, an IQ roll will represent you stopping and asking people, how do I get here? While some ignore you, others are sort of quite happy to say, head down that way. And you go through a sort of underground warren of tunnels and caves, and will head towards the Pirates Cove. Pirates Cove. There is a young orc boy, about 15 minutes into your trek, that seems to have started following you. He's not trying to go sort of unnoticed, but there is a certain curiosity about him.
Yeah, we're not very personable fellows, are we?
No.
Book
Might be, yeah. He's keeping his distance, and it's obvious that he's following you. He's curious, but he's not trying to hide.
About how old would you say?
Say, in 9-10 years old, sort of thing. I think I may even have a picture.
That means he's important.
He has a little floating exclamation mark above his head.
Shit.
Jesus, he looks like a Muppet from Sesame Street.
He does fit.
With that hair.
Animal.
Sure he's not a troll? He's the troll hair.
Hey, what happens in the underground stays in the underground.
Who knows? He could be Bitzer.
Totally stop and look at him and go, "You lost, kid?"
As you acknowledge his presence, he'll look around just to make sure that you're not talking to any other kids, and then he'll sort of approach, and he says, "You guys are not from around here, are you?"
What gave you away? Our dinner plan?
He says, "I can help you. I can be a guide. I help folks like you all the time. I know the underground like the back of my hand."
You haven't known your back of your hand for very long.
He looks at you and sort of, his eyes turn to slits, and he says, "I know the underground better than you."
Well, he's got you there. How much is it going to cost us to get your valuable expertise?
He takes
real questions.
He takes a step back, and sort of looks you up and down as if he's evaluating, and he says, 50 each.
How about 50 total?
He sort of snorts. "Pfft. A boy's got to live. I gets hungry down here."
That's it. The orcs are all going to start talking like that assassin. They're going to say a boy or an orc. What the hell was his name?
Check
Game
on.
of Thrones. Yeah. The boy has to eat. Boy needs a name.
Boy's name is Pip.
How about 100 and a kiloburger?
Like,
He-
nobody eats those things. They'll kill you.
Yeah, that's what he says. Just after you guys have like hooked into some killer burgers.
Oops. Oh crap! I guess we should pay him.
He says nobody eats those. They're not made of real meat.
Crap.
He shrugs and says, "Well, yeah, maybe they are real meat, just not the meat people thinks."
Oh no.
I'm gonna shrug. Whatever.
I think we should pay him.
You,
He hadn't told us anything.
if you wish to,
Well, he said he would be a guide.
if you wish to merchant, you're welcome to make a roll.
I don't have merchant.
Otherwise,
I don't think any of
Who's-
us have merchant.
who's sort of doing the talking?
Sounds like mostly Book, which
Yeah,
stands to
I was.
reason because Book probably is the most talkable type out of the three of us.
Yeah, so Pip will have sort of shimmied himself closer to Book, so he's talking to Book, and Ditch and Paladin are sort of off to the side. Book, can you give me a reaction roll? Add any appropriate modifiers that you think might apply.
You've got a friend.
Keeping an eye on his hands.
I'm keeping an eye on our surroundings to make sure that he's not part of a distraction gambit, and we're going to get jumped.
Hey.
He says, "All right, 100, but you got to feed me,
All right, we'll get him a kiloburger.
but not kill a burger."
Oh, all right. All right, we'll get some food somewhere else then. Take us the best way to the docks.
He says, "I news it. You're going to Pirate Cove."
How'd you know that?
He again sort of looks you up and down. Your types always go there.
It's like, dude, It's part of this adventure. How did you not know?
Fair point.
All right, so he will lead you through these tunnels, and it's clear that he's taking you through the shortcut. So you're going through tight squeezes and stuff like that, and coming out at different sort of tunnels, and he's going to get you there faster, assuming that he's taking you to Pirate Cove. Along the way, he will stop at a shop, and you see that he must have some sort of relationship with the guy at the shop. This is a dude selling some street food, and Pip will order a bunch of food, some tacos and whatever, and a can of soda. And then he'll, the guy basically says, "What do you want today, Pip?" He says, "So you got some new friends?" And Pip will sort of nod and then give his order. Then he'll step back and he'll say, "These people are paying for it." And at the end of the order, the guy looks up to you guys. He says, "Is this right?" Looks up to whoever's standing there. Book, book.
Yeah.
He says, right, will there be anything for you, gentlemen?
I just ate. I'm good.
Alright, that will be 65 new yen.
Ah, dang it.
And
150.
and Pip, he just grins, knowing that he's taken you for a few extra creds.
Alright. Pay for his food.
Alright, so he'll get a bag of food, and it's a lot of food, and he hooks into it, like it's his last meal or first meal. And then he'll continue. He'll eat and walk and talk, and he'll basically give you a tour, of the place. This is called, Gator Cave. In there's, the Ghost Gator and Demon Rats, and he gives you the running tour, and he does not stop talking the whole way.
Even while eating, which is impressive.
Correct. Is there anything that you're going to ask Pip?
Let's see. Is there anything that we really need?
Go ahead and
Find
ask
out
about
what
what's
the,
his name.
I was gonna, maybe find out about that fight that just happened. Who the hell those dudes are? What's going on there?
He doesn't know about the fight, but you mentioned the orcs and the chrome dudes, and he immediately says that's the Scratchers and reality hackers. There's always fighting. Scratchers, they look after us down here. Reality hackers, they're just here causing trouble.
Yeah, maybe they should get rid of them.
He says, if yous weren't with me, you'd have to go through scratcher toll booths, and you'd be paying up real good.
Now we know why the GM wanted us to walk.
But they's do goods for us here in the underground. But you topsiders wouldn't know. So eventually you start to smell the odor of sea air, though it's a little bit more dank and infused with the smells of this place, which can be strong at times considering there's no real airflow through here.
Do we ask Pip about Jack? What's his name? It was Jack, right?
He says Jack Turner. Yeah, I know
Turner.
him. What about him?
We're here looking for him.
I know where you can find him. He, on a roll like that, Pip has a very poor reaction to Jack Turner.
Holy crap. Yeah, he's like, oh, that son of a bitch. Well, I hope you're going to shoot him in the face.
He says, I know where to find him. I know where his boat is and where his warehouse is. I don't like him at all.
Well, I knew we liked you for some reason, kid.
Says, are you guys working for him?
Just working him.
Looking for him.
He grins at the thought that you're probably going to rough him up. He says, I can show you where he is.
All right. So based off of that, if I did it correctly, that means I'm able to determine that he probably doesn't like this dude simply from the way he reacts. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So in that case, if it's one of those where he's like, "Yeah, are you working for him?" It's got that undertone of, "If you are, I'm gonna leave your ass out here," and we totally need to do the, "Oh no, we're not working for him, not at all."
Yeah, well, he says, I know where to find his boat, and I know his warehouse. He has it under guard, and he has a watcher spirit. You won't get close to it without him knowing. But you might be able to get to his boat. His boat's not under guard.
Well, I guess Ditch is gonna get his wish about the boat thing.
I wasn't wishing about it. Remind me again how we connected Jack Turner to this situation.
What's her face had his name on something that she one of the things we saw in her room. Was it Julie? Something like that. The chick that we're after.
Fiona Craig.
Right.
Fiona.
She had a note that she was, or Jack Turner, 8 p.m.
Okay.
Did you
so
figure
she
that
was
she had
supposed
a
to meet with him.
meeting? Considering she has some artifacts and stuff, she was probably thinking of using him to smuggle.
Okay, well.
Pip
we don't have any actual
slurps
assumptions
the
at this
last of
point.
his drink. And he, you can see that his belly is full. There's this bulge of, all this, he's kind of skinny and such, but the amount of food that he's eaten, he's got this bulge.
That'll
Almost
hold it
looks-
for an hour or two.
Right. Warehouse.
Yes, you have a
Boat.
decent reaction unless you do something wrong by Pip. You could pick him up as a contact.
Watcher spirit. What about that? Well, technically we're not trying to break in here. We were just, I suppose, coming to ask him.
I thought we were arresting him too.
Well, that was a secondary mission. Originally, we were just here to find out if he had any contact with Fiona.
I should probably read you this. The pungent smell of fish and stagnant seawater assaults your nose as you look out over Pirate's Cove. A sprawling town in its own right, the cove resides inside an enormous cavern, the ceiling easily 100 meters above your head. Crescent-shaped, the cove is almost 2 kilometers wide, and dozens of boats are docked along a rough pier jutting out from the shoreline. Most are small boats, private boats, though there are several larger fishing trawlers that would be ideal for smuggling. In the distance, you can see a small crack in the far end of the cavern, obviously the narrow hidden entrance in the rocks that leads in and out of the cove. So I'm kind of visualizing the cavern in Goonies, maybe on a little bit larger scale.
Okay, well, whoever wrote that did not actually look at Seattle. Because if there's no way you've got a 100-meter tall cave under the Seattle downtown that opens into the water.
No cliffs on the shoreline?
No.
No.
Well, maybe it's grown since then. It's all that excavation that they've done for other parts of Seattle have just built up this area.
It's an optical illusion.
But it's canon.
It's a hologram projection.
It's only a muddle.
Pip says, Jack Turner, his boat, it's called the Fortune Hunter.
Well, plans at this point. We originally came here to ask him about Fiona, I presume. Maybe the hard way, but still just talking. So we could just, walk up to the front door and ask to see him.
Yeah, we could.
We could probably have a look at the boat. Beyond that, I don't know that we have anything else to do with it now. We've got the side mission to bring him out. I imagine we're going to be playing that by ear if we bother.
And you'd also have to bring him out alive.
But we didn't ask how many pieces.
As long as the pieces that you bring, the important pieces you bring, are alive.
Here's your man. Some assembly required.
Yeah, I don't know about just going up to asking him, because if he's involved in some shady crap, he's more likely to just shoot us. Or shoot at us.
Well, I don't know what else we do. I mean, I'm presuming she's not here.
Oh, that
Unless
thing
she's at the warehouse.
That thing doesn't. It isn't an ongoing. Okay, right. I was thinking when you cast it, it's an ongoing thing that allows you to go getting closer. I guess not.
I think you can do that if she's within that mile.
Well, it said you get directions if you're within the mile, so it's kind of how do you get those directions?
Well, I can't cast it on her again for a week.
But yeah. Yeah, no, that was always kind of a one-off.
And
So-
the fact that she's captive in a room is useful information. In a residence of some kind.
If not for the Watcher Spirit, we could potentially sneak in, although I don't know what we get out of that. But I don't know how we deal with the Watcher Spirit.
I should be able to dispel it. Or
How
banish
does
it, rather.
how does that actually work?
It's just a spell.
Banish.
No, I mean, yeah. So, I mean, do you have to be right there? Do you have to see it? That sort of thing. How's it range affected?
Well,
You'll have to be there. You cast the spell on the spirit. So you'd be at standard magic range penalties.
So you'd have to perceive it in the first place.
Which I assume I can do because we're playing Shadowrunified GURPS. I should be able to sense astrally. Even though there's not a particular skill for that. And it's not a skill in Shadowrun either, you just shift your perception to the astral.
Actually, I think there's a spell that lets you do that in GURPS.
Yeah, I understand that, but in Shadowrun, it's something people can just do.
Anybody?
If they're magically active.
Oh.
If they have a magic attribute.
Since I think we're going to do a reset of characters at some point. When we do
We
that,
had discussed that.
there is an actual advantage astral perception that I will get those mage type characters to get. Or you have to either choose, or you can choose to get it or not get it. So you can be the type of mage that can perceive astrally, or you can be the type that hasn't developed that ability yet.
Got it.
Yeah, so back to the actual question was, how do we proceed? Do we just knock on the door? Do we stake out his boat? Do we stake out the boat and then cause somebody to trip the doohickey?
Well, I didn't think about staking out the boat, but
Which means you can get on the boat and run around and cause trouble.
we don't know if he's actually going to use the boat or how long it will be before that occurs. Well, we got to pick one.
Well, I guess, we can go to the warehouse then and see what we can find out.
Cool.
That's not going to end in a shootout at all, is it?
Well, that won't be terribly disappointing.
Alright, so warehouse it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't even think of it until that said Captain Jax. I don't know why.
I think that's about the right scale. Right, so Pip will take you to the warehouse. He will point it out and says, "That's his place."
All right, I will ascend and see if I can see a spirit near the entrance.
All right, IQ plus majory. Actually, it should probably be perception plus majory.
Oh, okay. Interesting. In that case, crap, I didn't realize my perception was shite. So, because I got major 0. Woohoo!
Sweet. Well, that would work. Alright, so you will both perceive it. As you look at the warehouse, you can see floating above the building is a spirit that resembles an owl. And it just watches.
Okay. And how
Does
far
not move,
from...
it just sort of hovers and looks. If you sit there and wait for a little bit, you'll see that it'll move to one end of the building and just look. How close do you guys wish to get?
I don't think we've had a plan other than to knock on the door yet. Now you said the place was guarded, so do they have, we have a rotation going on?
I will get a visual-based
Outside.
perception roll. Or observation. Paladin, you can see that there are security cameras at various spots along the building, namely above the door entrances.
And then Ditch notices all the stuff that I failed to notice.
Ditch will also notice that the doors are, steel reinforced, not the variety that you can easily kick in.
Potential camera blind spots.
There are some potential spots, yes. But they are on areas of the building that, are just blank wall. The windows on the second floor all have steel bars. And they are also have been blackened.
It's like he's paranoid or something.
I guess we just walk up.
All right.
Can't help but to think this is going to end in violence.
All the best ones do.
So you're going to the steel door at the front?
Yeah, whatever looks like the front door.
And all together?
I should think so.
Yeah.
Alright, so the Watcher Spirit does not pay too much attention to you until you sort of approach the building, at which point it moves over to the edge of the building that you're at, and it is intently observing you.
Okay.
A few moments later, you will see the camera before you've arrived at the door. The camera at the door pans to look at you guys directly.
So it did already warn him, I guess.
You get to the door. There is before you get an opportunity to knock, there is a little, the door within the door slot opens, and an orcish face appears. By the way, Pip is not with you at this point. He has told you that he's going to stay back, and he will sort of prop himself up on a wall and just sort of sit there swinging his legs while you guys go and do your thing.
Have him keep an eye on the boat.
Actually, do we want to take this opportunity for a 5-minute break?
Should we? Do we need to?
I don't know, since Kara's gone for a bio break.
Might as well.
Sure.
All right, a quick break. All right, we're back. There's an additional bit of information that I failed to mention for those two that astrally perceived. The warehouse also seems to be warded. So there is a spell ward. This is basically a no spells can pass it. You can't astrally, if you could astrally project, you can't astrally pass the ward.
Okay. Without finding it, I guess.
Yes. And any spells that you try and cast through the ward are resisted by the ward itself.
Got it. That is useful to know.
Well, that's useful for me because I don't actually have any spells. In fact, I'm not even sure why I have Magery.
It might be a trait of vampiring.
Yeah, maybe.
Presumably.
Alright, so the little door opens up and you can see the face of an orc appear, and he speaks in a very sort of he speaks street speak, or city speak I think it's called, which is basically heavily street slang. And I will need IQ rolls from those that are hearing this.
I have it at broken.
Oh, so you have it at broken?
I have no idea what Book has absolutely no idea what he just said.
No, Book has an idea because he actually has the language. So you can make out what he's saying, and it equates to, what do you want?
What did he just say? I have no idea what he just said.
He asked what we want.
We're here to talk to Jack.
You can see that he looks you over, and says, 3 you? Only book. Actually, no, ditch. You succeeded too. You can. It's difficult, getting through all the slang. To you, he sounds like an Australian. Lots of slang.
Or a Scot.
Or a Scot.
Actually, would that be a dialect? Yeah, no matter.
City speak is a combination of several languages or several words borrowed from, Japanese, English.
So it's like filter speak.
It's called it's a Creole.
Is that what they call such languages?
Actually,
those are two specific ones. Pidgin is Philippines, right?
No, a Creole is a type of language, but patois is another one. I can't remember which is which. I think the patois is the one that's only used for speaking between on the street or whatever, and then Creole is actually spoken at home.
Yeah, it's actually languages woven together.
But they're all the same concept, a mismatch to make it easier to communicate.
So it's just the three of you?
Yeah.
Just us.
Do you have any obvious weapons on your persons?
I have a concealed pistol.
Everything's under a coat, but it probably wouldn't surprise anyone.
Yeah, same.
He might have a sword sticking out, though.
I do have a katana.
If you have big coats, he says, open. What's a city speak version of clothes? Open your coat.
I'll show him.
Open your cover.
Yeah, I'll show him that I'm packing.
I'm like, what? What?
He says open your coat. He wants to see what weapons you got under there.
I'll show him.
Yay, let's flash him.
Alright, so you show your weapons?
Don't see any reason not to.
Came up unarmed, he'd probably think something was going on.
So he'll say, no funny stuff, umba?
Agreed.
And then he'll, through the little door, he'll sort of tap his pistol, which is an Ares Predator heavy pistol, on the door, so you can see it that he's armed. And when you say agreed, he nods.
He says, "No funny stuff, huh?" So we're very serious people.
The door will close. There are several locks that you can hear unlocked. The door opens, and the door opens into a cage.
Nice lobby.
Well, that's weird.
I guess you can see the whole place. But you are inside a cage. I don't know if you guys have seen, I think it's the movie Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels.
Yep.
Not in a long time, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember it real well.
All right,
The
so
people with the grow house had it for security.
So there is a cage that separates you from the rest of the place. Now, downstairs in this warehouse area, you can see this orc that is packing the area's predator, and there is also another orc which has a submachine gun, slung over his shoulder at the ready, but not pointed at you. The door will shut automatically behind you, and you three are now trapped in this caged area. Does anyone have like monowire weapons?
Yep.
So you
Maybe.
if you have monowire, you would know that you could make short work of the cage if you had to. But you are in a little bit of a, killing field here.
Is that a cockatiel?
Yes.
Thought that sounded familiar.
My son got it a couple of weeks ago.
I also didn't remember hearing it before.
It is a cool bird. I'm not a fan of keeping birds as pets because I don't think birds should be caged. And I've instructed my son that he has to teach the bird to be able to fly outside and return. That's the only condition that he's allowed to keep the bird. But the bird is pretty cool. He'll like sit on your shoulder and all sorts of cool stuff.
As long as I don't get bitey.
No, this one hasn't been bitey. It'll nibble at you if you try and do something it doesn't like, but they're not bites.
Anyway, we're in a cage.
He says, "What about Talk Jack?"
Should we just
Between
come right
us
out
and
say it?
Jack.
The guy will indicate to the other orc that is in this room, and these, from the appearances, they look like your average sort of thug. Nothing flash about them. They're just your common
stereotyping.
Well, in this case, the stereotype works. And the other orc goes to the stairs, calls upstairs for Jack, and eventually a guy comes down who looks like this.
Uh-oh, there seems to be someone behind him who has been abducted.
Except that's an elf.
This looks like a serious guy, too.
Yeah, he does.
One moment. Alright, so the guy which you presume is Jack moseys on over to the cage which you are within. You can see he's wearing obvious contacts. His eyes aren't cyber eyes or anything like that, but he has the sheen of contacts, and they're in the fashion of, actual hip style type, the current trend.
All right.
So if that trend is like, neon stars in the eyes, that's currently what he's got. But these are AR contacts. He looks you up and down, and he says, "You want to speak to me?"
Yeah. We're looking for somebody you were supposed to meet who went missing.
Fiona, what was her last name? Craig.
Craig.
And how is it that you know about this meeting?
It was in her notes.
He just gives you a nod, and he says, "Well, she never showed up. We had some business."
What she wanted to meet about.
No,
we're trying to find her.
She required my services.
Shipping or receiving?
I don't think that's any business of yours.
It is now.
He shakes his head and says, no, I don't think so.
Well, she's gone missing. You yourself said that she missed your meet.
He says,
you don't want to help find her?
Not my problem.
Well, she's your customer, though. You can't get paid if your customer can't be found. It's in your own best interest, Jack.
I've got better things to take care of. Now, if there's nothing else, I suggest you boys be on your way.
Here's a question. Bookworm had that flash of chick. Does the terrain here match what he saw in the flash?
Oh, and the wall styles and stuff like that. The decor of the place.
Make a IQ roll.
Damn, that's a good roll. by frickin' 8. I want to make an IQ check by 8.
You can't say it with 100% certainty, but you're almost certain it has the same sort of decor, same worn plasterboard walls, stuff everywhere. Not exactly well kept.
Well, I guess this is a dead end then. Guess we'll be on our way. Thanks for your cooperation. If you hear from her, I'm going to give him a sinless number, phone number for me. Burner, basically.
He takes it, and you see that his attitude towards it is like indifferent. It's like, yeah, I'm not likely to call you back.
If you hear from her, though.
Sure, whatever. He turns to his one of his thugs, and you can see he pauses for a moment. He's obviously, something's going over in his head, and he looks back at you guys, unsure, maybe uneasy, maybe a little paranoid. Looks at you, and give me a reaction roll. This is just a general reaction roll, not any particular person. So first in, best dressed. Titch, you can make the roll.
Drum roll, please.
I don't trust me to make the roll.
So there's an uneasy pause. You get the feeling that the deal's going to go sour. It's that sort of feeling. He looks at you, and then he turns back to his guys and just gives them a nod. And the orc goes over to a wall panel, presses some buttons, and you hear the door unlock. And it will click open.
Well, good.
I suspect we're going to need to come back in.
Couple of steps back out the door.
He watches you leave. The two thug bodyguards that he has sort of take a few steps closer, just watching you depart. Once you're out, the door will automatically shut.
I do believe we're going to have to go back in there and shoot that fellow.
Were there any other entrances?
Loading dock.
So, if you're bringing a human in, you're probably not going to bring them through the loading dock. I'm going to take a whiff here.
There is an upstairs as well. I don't know if that was mentioned, but yeah.
Yeah.
And the windows.
Is there an entrance upstairs?
There's windows
No,
up
there's
there.
not. There's windows, but all the windows have bars. And the windows were blackened.
Yeah, but both Ditch and Paladin have monowire weapons. Oh, I didn't think of that. That's a good call. We should have done.
Succeed by 6. Yes, you do find the faint. Oh, wait a sec. Did you manage to?
Yeah, remember I took all the extra time to make sure.
And you did succeed? I can't remember if you did.
I did.
Yeah.
Alright, so yes, you do pick up the scent of Fiona Craig. She has been in this place.
She was here.
I think she still is here, unless she's been moved recently, because the walls in there looked like the walls in the room she was being kept in. Can't be certain, but I'm pretty sure.
At this point, you are sort of in the arc of the security camera that's above the door.
Well, we're also walking away.
Walking away. Yeah, now
The
what?
Watcher spirit will, just watch, indifferently.
So I'm kind of thinking about trying to come through the roof.
Yep. We just have to neutralize the watching thing. Maybe the cameras.
Well, there are camera blind spots that I identified. There's no doors there, but probably places to climb.
Or super jump.
Watcher spirit, interestingly enough, is a thing with eyes that has to walk around and look at things. Therefore, it can only see one of us at a time. If we, for example, came at different angles.
I will take note of how far we were from the building just before the spirit took notice of us. Like how many yards.
You were within 10 yards when it sort of paid attention.
Just within or less than 10?
Thereabouts.
Okay. So it'll be hard.
It's not like there's a cross this line, then you're being watched. You're being watched all the time, but it only seemed to take particular attention. Like it moved to that side of the building when you got closer, when it was obvious that you were heading towards the building.
Got it.
Does Book have the ability to do any sort of remote viewing? Can we actually see the top of the building?
Let me see.
If you guys, I assume you guys leave the vicinity of the building.
Yes.
All right, so Pip will, jump off the wall that he was sitting on. He'll come up to you guys and says, "That was quick. What happened?"
Not much. Yet.
Apparently we've got more work to do.
No on the remote viewing.
So ask Pip, you ever got inside there?
He says, "Only once."
Easy way or the hard way?
He says, "I got in easy, but for some reason he took a disliking to me. And so I got quite a fair beating." Didn't do anything wrong, of course.
Of course not. Why, you're downright regular saint.
He puts on this cheesy grin and sort of puffs his chest out and says, "Yeah, Pip's a good boy."
Right. So we go back in there. How do we want to do it other than through the roof and probably cut through those bars?
I'll attempt to blow up the spirit from a distance so it won't have a chance to say anything.
I'm wondering if he's going to know that, though. Would he
He
know
might.
if the spell
That would
drops?
be a separate. That would only be if he was the one who cast it.
It's true. I didn't think about him not actually being
So
the
Pip,
caster.
does he have a spellcaster on record? Not on record. On payroll.
He says, "I don't know, but there's a few shamans down here in the underground."
Okay.
And he rattles off a few names, which you'll promptly forget, saving the GM the need to give you names.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so so if we blow that out, then we could. We've also got the cameras, though. How high is the roof?
Well, it's 2 stories and it's a warehouse, so it's probably a little extra tall.
Yeah.
I was wondering about jump capabilities.
Right, you had super jump, didn't you?
Just super jump 1. Which admittedly doesn't help book.
Oh, I
Well-
have flight.
However, apparently he has flight.
How about the power of flight?
I was kind of thinking about nicking a rope and maybe climbing up, but if he can fly... Are there any taller buildings nearby?
No, not immediately nearby. It's the tallest in the immediate vicinity.
All right, so we need to blow the thing out, the spirit thing. We need to go in and punk a bunch of dudes, but not kill what's his name, and rescue what's her face.
Seems like.
Admittedly, that's not an overly complicated plan.
Simple is good.
Completely within the scope of your guys' abilities.
Yep. Because this is not the group for bullshitting their way past people.
Alright, so... if we are going to enter through the roof, how will we execute this?
Just need to get up from the roof. I've got a monowire katana. I can cut through those bars.
Well, that's not the issue.
Cutting through the roof would be an issue. You'd need to use breaching charges if you're going to do it in any sort of remote sense of time where he can't react. Windows, on the other hand, you could probably do discreetly.
Yeah, the windows on the roof, or top floor, whatever.
Yeah, top floor. There are no roof windows.
Well...
No skylights. No need for skylights when you're underground.
I'm thinking this is probably a modern building, so the climbing roll would be a -3. So can Paladin make that, or do we need to
No, it's not going
deal
to
with
be.
something?
It's not going to be quite -3. It'll be a -2 because it's not. It's a bit sort of makeshift in its construction. So there's lots of bits to grab onto, and
Fair enough.
so was it climb up rope is -2, so it'd be that equivalent.
Okay, super jump.
How high can you super jump?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out because math is hard.
Well, it's going to be double your normal high jump, which is probably not that high. Although something I've never really figured out based on the rules is your high jump. What does that actually mean? Is that where your feet go or where your head goes?
That's where your feet go.
Yeah.
Well, that would be where your head goes as well.
Not quite
based
2 yards.
with your head being, the position it starts at, being 6 foot tall or whatever. Then you add your high jump height to that. But high jump is standing jump, so if you stand and you're jumping up onto a box, that's the height you can jump. If you're doing things like vaults and such, you would be able to get over more things.
Man, another one of those instances where I'm looking at the character and going, man, I really screwed this dude up.
It would seem that a character reset is probably in order.
Yeah, I'd probably end up changing the character concept entirely because he's also pushing too much on the ditch's forte.
2 bald black guys with dark shades is
That
too
can
much.
see in the dark and stab people, and we don't have an actual hacker. I could potentially do that. That would be interesting. No idea if I'd like it.
The
Right, so
hacking rules in the Pyramid Cyberpunk, I don't know which number it is. They are pretty.
21.
They're pretty good. It normal Shadowrun. Running the Matrix was basically worked out as combat. So your program would combat, other programs and stuff like that, and that's what made Shadowrun decking a long-winded task. So you're basically running a combat within the net, and we all know combat doesn't resolve itself fast. But these pyramid rules just basically bring it down to contests of programs.
Yeah. So,
keep-
all right. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, we keep talking about that one, but we never actually use it. Usually the hacking we do is just a simple in and out.
Right, but if we have an actual decker, they should get the opportunity to be actual deckers.
Anybody have a problem with climbing?
Depends. I got a 13, so I'm not terrible. I'm just not as good at it as you are.
Well, you can take your time at least.
I can't climb, but I can magic it.
You can magic it. So we're probably okay with getting wherever we need to go. I'm not enthused about going through the second floor windows without knowing what's behind them. and we're probably not going to be able to see that. I suppose
Yeah.
we could go ahead and climb to the roof and see what we're dealing with up there first, and decide whether we need to go down to the windows. So, with that, I suppose Ditch will go ahead and do the climb, go to the top, see what's there. If anybody's caught up to him by that point, he'll let them know whether or not it's a waste of time to go any further.
Alright, so I will need a stealth roll representing how well you can avoid the security cameras. And then, of course, your climbing -2.
Also, is Book taking out the thing before we move?
Oh, right.
Or...
We were going to do that first.
I was going to try to. We need to come from a different angle, though.
You'll probably need to use throw spell. You have that?
Yeah, but...
Throw spell's what you're going to need if you want to have any chance of beating this thing from a distance.
I was just making sure. Yeah, I do have it. Let me see what the difference between Turn Spirit and Banish is.
Banish makes it go away, turn makes it run away.
So I'll probably want to throw a Banish then. That's on 156. Oh, and something that I will need out of my inventory is the maximum amount of mana in all of my power stones. Because some of them will be listed as not being charged, but since we had months, I would have had time to charge them all.
I wonder why they're all like unidentified. When the character loaded up in the new rule set, that should have all been converted.
You did not. I think I've got somewhere in the range of 30 or 40 points worth. But I'm also not certain if I'm confusing that with how many Mendel carried.
You've got lots of items that are nothing.
That shouldn't be.
I'm just IDing them for you now.
I wonder why they're blank. Yeah, that's not good.
Actually, now that I think about it, these characters were post or pre the new rule set, so in the transfer they probably got broked at that point.
Ew. I guess let's call it 30 then.
Well, I've identified all your items. You've got one Power Stone, Energy 5.
But I had bought a bunch more. And I had also bought some of the kind that don't recharge. They're just use them and throw them away.
Any power stones that you actually have, so you've got 2 power stones, energy 5. Those will be full. And yes, I do recall you had a bunch of mana stones.
That's what they're called, mana stones. And I had bought a number of 10-point ones, and I had burned through one, so that's why I think I have about 30 left.
We'll go with it.
Alright.
Use your currency section on your character sheet for that.
I did, and also for my grit stick. That must have gotten broke too.
Possible.
Alright, banish.
That might be why your character is having problems loading as well, because both
maybe.
Ditch and Paladin, their equipment's fine.
Alright, it takes 5 seconds to cast. And I will not know how much it costs. You'll have to tell me. It's going to be 1 point per 10 character points that the subject is worth. I don't know its true name, so I don't get that bonus. -5 if I don't know what plane of origin it came from, but if it's a typical kind of spirit, I do know where it comes from, I expect.
Yes, you will.
Alright. Can only be cast by a caster in his home dimension. That's me. It is a quick contest. My banished skill versus the subject's will. Okay. Alright. Yep, that's what I'm going to try to do.
Just one moment. Alright, the Watcher Spirit is 62 points, so what's that, 7 fatigue?
No, there's a minimum of 10, so it'll be 10. Or 9, actually, because of the level I have it at.
Okay.
Right, I'm going to roll the banish and the throw spell, and then I'll attempt to throw it. Oh, I can't. It doesn't cost 9, it's free.
And the chance of you banishing this spirit is pretty good. Don't miss.
Oh, it has low will?
Yeah, you need to aim.
No, you criticaled it. So the contest of wills is going to be against your critical.
Oh, I see.
Things are looking good for you.
Yeah, you need to aim and or just roll a crit.
What the hell?
I also cast throw spell for free.
Damn,
the universe implodes.
I haven't
Just
actually tried to throw it yet.
So the next one at 3?
The next one's going to be a critical fail.
Man, don't say that.
Let me turn on my hacks.
So, I'm 11 yards away. Not sure what my range penalty is for that.
That will
I'm
be
going to do
-4.
all out.
+1.
And all out does what unranged? Okay, so total -3.
And you can aim, and you do have accuracy, and from memory it's going to be 2.
And
okay, so I can get that up to a +1.
And all out determined.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
he
the
included that.
+1.
Oh, okay, got it.
And so if I take...
And 2 extra turns of aim will be a further +2.
So I could take a total of 3 turns of aim.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
that turns -3 into +3.
Yeah. There's the wind up. And the pitch.
I managed to hit him.
Alright, so as your magical bolt of banish heads towards the spirit, the spirit is alerted to its incoming demise.
Okay.
It rapidly turns to counter your spell, attempting to dodge from it. I told you it was an owl. It sort of flaps, but the spell manages to clip it on the wings, and then in a burst of magical energy, it just sort of goes poof, and explodes into magical light. The rest of you mundanes saw nothing.
Yeah, I'm probably used to seeing the wizards miming.
Yeah, he was doing that whole, walking against the wind stuff. I hate that.
Well, that
the Watcher spirit is gone.
That worked out as well as I could possibly have hoped. So good luck with the rest of it, guys. I'm going home.
Yeah, quit while you're ahead.
Can't believe I didn't have to spend a single fatigue on that.
All right, well, okay, so back to the stealth ups, climb up. I'm on the roof. Presume Paladin is following up.
It is a nondescript roof. There's no roof access, and there's no entrances or windows or anything like that on the roof. Obviously,
maintenance.
Obviously, they don't get rain down here, so the roof doesn't have that layer of tar or whatever they use for waterproofing.
Well, here's back.
Paladin, you are attempting to stealth and climb. Make your roll.
Clearly failing.
For climb?
No, I mean for the stealth.
But for the climb, make the roll.
I'm going to keep a lookout while they're climbing up.
Arc. This isn't going to be great either. Wow,
Nope.
Really?
What is wrong with your dice?
It's this character, man.
Carrie stole all the good rolls.
It's the universe telling me this is not the character for you, Phil. Because holy cow.
Failure by 5. You will begin
Probably
to.
didn't get very far.
You'll
That
begin to
rope is
climb,
gonna totally break.
and you misjudge the strength of one of the footholds, and it gives away. You will fall, taking. We'll just say 1d.
See,
1 point of damage.
Let
So
me
you
see
got
if I can cast something
acrobatics?
as a reaction.
1 point of damage, which will be absorbed by your armor.
Oh, never mind.
Knocks the wind out of you. But at this point, you are fairly sure that you have cropped up on one of the security cameras. As you've sort of fallen off the roof, you've come within its, arc of vision.
In which case I need to draw fire and head in the direction that the other PCs are not going.
Split the party!
Ditch.
Well, I was in the process of sticking my head over the side so I could tell them that the roof is a no-go. And then I saw him wipe out.
And you're probably, you're probably aware that in his fall he has been seen, at least within, whether he's been seen or not, but he's at least within the camera's vision.
Okay, so what I would like to do is basically drop down to the window and listen.
Perception, hearing based. You hear nothing more than movement, and that's mainly from sound carrying through the building itself. So sort of movement on the floors and stuff. You don't hear any chatter, and you can barely hear that.
Is the movement very rapid and in a particular direction, or is it just kind of
IQ
random?
You have successfully perceived. Let's see if you can analyze it.
The IQ. Is there something I can leverage here? Only thing I think of is maybe observation.
Can you substitute, when you make a perception roll, you always have to make a perception roll to see if you observe or you notice, and then IQ to identify. Can you substitute observation for that IQ?
Observation is normally a perception-based skill. I'm thinking IQ-based, which is going to lower it and make it the same, probably.
Right, so roll IQ.
God help me. Yeah, not today.
You can't tell. It's too faint. But you definitely heard some movement.
On this floor?
Yes. Well, you suspect
Best
so.
I can tell.
The building is fairly big, so you imagine people moving downstairs is not going to carry this far.
Which side of the building would I be on? Would we think? Probably
Which side would you like to be
doors.
on? So there's two sides that have no windows at all.
Yeah.
So you won't be on those.
Oh, okay, so...
And the door has one window on the other end of... So the door is on the ground floor on the other end of that.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, the windows are up there.
And you've got three windows on the other side.
Let's say I went to the north window there.
Okay.
So, having said that, if Paladin was climbing up on the left-hand side, I'm assuming I was doing the same, then... Okay, so, the stairs would have been right below me, roughly where that window is.
Yes.
Now, when we went through the door into the cage, were we able to see over there? Do I know that's where the stairs are?
Yes, you can see the stage. You can see the whole ground floor.
Okay. Alright, so then I'm going to hold this position and listen to see if I hear the second floor guys going down to the first floor. And kind of keep an eye out to see what Paladin's going to do there.
You'll hear some movement. You'll hear some movement past the window. How many people? You have no idea, because you failed your rolls. You can hear but not ascertain too much. However, you do hear the sound of what sounds like a metal door shut.
Hmm. And that's not
Just
the
have-
front door.
That's not the front door. It's sort of near that window, so you hear the sound of a metal door shut. Just has that metal clank.
That feel like a first floor?
As to where it came from.
Feel below me or
No.
co-altitude?
Very near the window. So you imagine you've got an idea of the stairs there. Probably a metal door at the top of the stairs. You wouldn't have heard anything sort of clank downstairs. You're too far.
All right. Yeah, that doesn't tell me a whole lot. What's everybody else doing?
Yeah, like I said, I'm presuming I have been made, so I am going in the direction that you guys were not planning, in the attempt that if they come out in force, they're going to focus on me.
Some time will pass, and no one seems to have come out. And you can easily, disappear from sight. The place is fairly tight.
Back.
Book, I don't know what you're doing.
Looking out while they climb. So come back and climb.
Should probably move people around the maps.
Okay, well, that's
Didn't realize we had a map.
Yeah.
Did I not share it? Yes, I did.
Oh, you did. It's just behind a bunch of other graphics. Alright, so where were you going to climb up? We were trying to stay out of the arcs of the cameras, right?
Ditch is up there. You guys are somewhere on the ground doing stuff.
I'm staying in the camera blind spots that Ditch told us about.
I was assuming that's going to be somewhere in the middle of the left side.
Alright, about a minute has passed. Has anyone done anything during that minute?
Just looking out, waiting for Paladin to come back and climb up, and then I'm going to
Yeah,
fly in.
I cleared out and I'm monitoring the stuff, and then I'm probably gonna start hopefully advancing back and not utter shite, unless I see the boat just start driving away.
No, the boat's not anywhere near this place. There's a bit of a trek to get to the boat. Ditch, from your vantage point, you will hear the front door unlock, and emerging from the front is two orcs. They have been heavily armored. They have armored up, so they've put on, ballistic vests and stuff like that. They have helmets, and they have assault rifles, heavy assault rifles. They mean business. They step out of the door. They seem to be quite comfortable in stepping out of the door here, knowing that there's no one there. But once they're outside and the door closes behind them, then they become more, tactical in their movement and deliberate. And they are heading in the direction that sort of Paladin was at.
So, mission accomplished. Yay me.
Okay, so they are not They're moving away from the warehouse.
They're moving along the perimeter in the direction that Paladin was.
Okay, I am going to see what it's going to take to cut this window.
Steel bars. It'll take a number of swings and bangs, but you could get through it.
Is it on a frame or something like that? Can I just cut the bolts or something?
Yes.
Or
so
am I
there's
going to have to cut the bars out of?
There's 4 bolts that secure the various corners of this frame, which has the bars, securely welded to it.
Okay.
No rust, but there seems to be a little sort of sea salt or sea air corrosion.
Uh-huh. So what I want to do then is cut 4 of the bolts, leaving it to hang down on the... Cut 3 of the bolts, leaving it to hang down on the 4th. Rather than let it free fall down to the street.
And sneak in and punk everybody, right?
Maybe. Assuming there's more than just those 2 guys.
Well, there's that guy that we were after.
On the map, there's the 2 orcs. You will know just from experience. These guys probably know how to handle the weapons that they're holding. The armor that they've put on is quite bulky, and in the way they move indicates that they're probably not used to wearing this sort of thing. They just look a little awkward in it. And they don't move with military precision. They definitely move like thugs. Ditch, if you are going to be cutting windows while they're there, you will need to make a stealth -5.
Okay.
Should probably wait until they're not there.
Well, I'll see where they're going first.
So you wait to see where they're going?
Yeah.
I'll cast fly.
Are you going to try and observe them?
Who, me?
Ditch.
Observe them.
Meaning,
yes.
So you're on the roof. For you to be able to see them, there's a chance that they might be able to see you.
There's my 6s back.
I'm not terribly worried about that. What is the lighting level in here?
It will be -1.
So not dark, but not 100% well lit.
Yep. The orcs will pass under you. It doesn't appear that they have noticed. They will get to the corner. They sort of look around the corner to see if there's anyone there. Paladin, I'm assuming you're not going to be?
No, I'm not sure where I would be at the moment. That map is hard for me to determine what's what.
Ignore the sort of Google Earth map that
Okay.
is down the bottom there. I don't think that's a representation at all of what we're looking at.
Don't know why it wouldn't be.
Just use the building sort of floor plan.
So
Yes.
I'm thinking he's probably going around the other side as they're coming around the corner.
Okay. Give me another
Because you
stealth roll.
you said they're not. Well, in this case, he's not necessarily trying to stealth out because he's been. Well, I'm presuming we have radios, right? We have comms.
I would assume so.
Yeah, so he's going to have been made aware that there are these orcs out there, and you said they're not moving very fast or efficiently. So,
No.
yeah, so he's going to be seen as he's going around the corner.
Alright, you're probably going to be seen on cameras anyway, unless you make an attempt to avoid them.
Well, at this point, he's blown, so might as well. Might as well play it up as much as possible.
Alright, so you disappear behind the corner just as they sort of appear. They get a moment to sort of take aim on you, but then you're gone. Ditch, from the roof, you will hear these guys begin to run. Book, you succeeded your flight, so you are flying. Where have you flown to?
Up onto the roof, straight up.
Alright, so you will also hear them pass underfoot as they run.
Yeah, I'll stay low enough that they can't take an angle on me.
Yeah, considering their weight and their stuff, I have my doubts that they can even catch up to him.
It depends if you're running or not.
Yeah. I suspect his intent would be to keep trailing them away.
Alright, so you will be faster than they.
Quite a bit, I suspect.
And they run. Are you going to keep them within a certain distance, or you just want to outrun them?
I want to keep them within visual. I'm probably going to be breaking off from this building here, and presuming there are other buildings and such like that. But where they can see him ducking around a corner, so they continue after him, and then they see him again, and it just keeps leading them farther and farther away from this place until they clearly go, "Oh, we need to turn back," and that's when you jump them and stab them from behind. While Ditch and Bookworm go in and actually accomplish the damn mission.
Okay, I'll need a hearing-based perception from Ditch.
Well, after they've gone around the corner, it looks like they're committed to the chase. He's going to start cutting. So there's that.
You will hear Ditch, the front door open. Another orc, this time not so heavily armoured, just wearing your normal sort of maybe ballistic clothing, with a submachine gun, has run out the front door and has turned to the right in an effort to perhaps intercept Paladin.
I'll let him know it's coming.
I guess that works for me since they are breaking off from the building and such.
So we will say he is there. Paladin. Well, let's do this by turns. Ditch your cutting, Paladin.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So if you look at the top one, the top map instead of the bottom, I'm presuming the Paladin is around there-ish. So he's probably, instead of continuing in that direction, he's gonna be breaking in that direction, like completely towards a different building and such like that. So the Orc 3 isn't really necessarily going to get a particularly good look at him, if at all.
Should be in the alley across the street or something.
Distraction play.
Righto.
Heading
And
over
that
towards
poor,
where the ditch is.
and that poor Orc 3 is totally putting his back to Ditch and or Bookworm if appropriate.
Are you making any attempts to not be noticed?
Who?
By the new arrival.
Who?
Sorry, Paladin.
There's a building in the way. He's not going to be able to see me because there's a building in between us.
Right. Okay. The orcs, they will run. And if...
Likely regretting that armor.
Yes. So the orcs will run. You are going to run away from the building.
Yeah.
So we won't do this in combat.
Yeah, using stuff in cover and such like that. Yeah, I figure it's not entirely out of the question that he is out of any potential combat while Ditch and Bookworm go in there and maybe fight Captain Jack.
And Ditch, you have managed to break away the bars sufficient to get access to the window.
Okay, I'll give it a listen again, make sure there's not somebody right on the other side of it, and go ahead and see if I can't get it open.
The window does not open. It will have to be forced entered.
And I shall cut it.
Alright, so you're going to start swinging your sword into this glass. It will likely...
Sword. He's got a knife.
Knife. It will likely smash more than clean cut.
It's a monowire knife. I'm just gonna cut the glass.
Yeah, so it's not going to shatter if you just stick it in there and start slowly cutting.
Alright, give me a knife roll.
A what?
A roll on your knife skill.
Okay.
Come on, slice off your hand.
Not there.
That's enough. You how big a hole are you cutting? Or are you cutting an entrance?
Doesn't have to be a big entrance, but enough.
I don't know.
And
You're
give
kind of a
me a
big dude.
stealth roll, representing how quiet you do it.
It's crit hunting.
Yeah, no, he does that all the time.
All right. As you cut, the window begins to fall in. Do something to stop it from smashing.
How?
You can dex to grapple it, or grab it.
Yeah, I'm trying to imagine how that works. Okay. Well, if I could get my hand in there, then yeah, that would probably make the most sense.
All right, make a dex roll. The glass falls in. It slips off the sill that supports it, but you manage to grab the edge just before it hits the ground, and it just sort of makes a little bit of a glass ding as it swings into the wall. No one seems to have noticed.
Tink. How long is Book got the flight for?
1 minute or longer if I need it.
Or if you can go dive bomb the goons.
With assault rifles? No.
Or you throw a flash at them from way overhead so they don't see it coming.
Yeah, or drop a darkness on them or something, but I mean, they seem to be entertained now.
Yeah, no, it doesn't serve a whole lot of purpose. Maybe the other guy, though. The new guy.
Alright, so you see inside this living area, there's a table, there's a sofa, a massive big screen TV. It's probably the most expensive thing in the place, and it stands out as being, this guy must love his big screen TV, because the rest of the place is fairly dumpy, but he has this massive TV. Immediately to your right, there is a steel security door which blocks access to the upstairs and, from your point of view, the downstairs. The stairs are like concealed by a wall, so there's no sort of overlooking the stairs.
Right. Yeah. Otherwise the door would be kind of dumb.
Right.
I am going to go ahead and lock that.
It appeared to be locked already.
Then it won't require much effort. I'll tell Book that the window's open, and also Paladin will know that we're entering.
I will fly in through the window behind Ditch.
And we'll see what's in here.
Alright, move yourselves.
So we have a door over there.
Yes.
And
there's
there.
also a door there.
Well, let's have a look at that one. Lights on?
I believe no. That is just a storeroom.
Okay. Are the lights on in this area?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to turn them off. Which may be a bit of a... Well, maybe not a total surprise to Book. He's been around me for a while.
That's no problem.
What's on this wall over here?
Just wall, with a lot of the wallpaper sort of peeling from moisture. There's been no attempt to repair or maintain. There's boxes of stuff,
Okay.
Shoved out of the way along walls and things, as you would imagine. Smugglers, have stuff and need somewhere to put it. So there's boxes of stuff.
I'm gonna pass the table here and the sofa and whatnot and take a sniff here and there, see if I can pick up Fiona before moving on to the other door.
Perception. Smell based, of course. Her scent is strong. She has been here recently.
Then I'm going to try something else. See if I can bloodhound her.
Okay. You seem to be able to bloodhound her towards the door. The only other door in this place.
Seems reasonable. Would I consider that recent? Is it strong enough to be recent?
Define recent.
Like within days, hours?
Definitely within days. Probably more than hours.
Okay. Good enough. Alright. Check the door. I'll let everybody know. I am attempting to move quietly. I presume Bookworm will just levitate.
Yeah, for as long as the spell is still up. Which, if you want to, just let me know when it's been a minute and I'll decide if I want to maintain it or not.
Okay, the door appears to be locked. You try it, and you are surprised. Give me your surprise roll, which is what? Will plus combat.
Not surprised.
Will plus combat reflexes. For the purposes of this, you make a surprise roll.
But
you're obviously expecting trouble. Just make the roll. Will determine
what
something.
roll are you talking about?
Roll for surprise, like mental stun. Is it IQ plus combat reflexes?
No. Are you talking about the D6 roll?
Is it a D6? To see if you freeze with combat reflexes?
Yes. Okay. So you're talking about the initiative roll.
Sort of.
Let's see. So I got +2 for combat reflexes. Higher IQ gets +1, which I've only got a 10. I don't have any points in tactics, and that looks like it.
Alright, but assuming this was an ambush, it is to freeze then.
Well, I
So-
don't freeze.
Yeah, I know that, but I want you to make the roll anyway. So that's for the initiative, but the freeze roll is IQ plus
What?
combat reflex. Is it not?
What? No. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Ambush, like complete surprise.
No, I know what you mean. I mean, what are you trying? Are you talking about recovering from stun?
No, I'm talking about rolling
So-
to see if you freeze in a complete surprise situation.
There isn't a roll.
So you're automatically stunned for one turn, but don't freeze.
If it's total surprise, then yeah, you just roll for how long?
Right. All right. So you try
Okay,
the door.
I see where you're going with it. Okay, yes, total surprise. You roll 1d for the surprise side, and that's how long they freeze.
All right. So you're not going to be surprised, but soon as you try the door and wall begin to erupt with bullet holes from a high rate of fire silenced weapon. So you just hear the sort of the muffled crack of gunfire coming from the other side, and it's like bang, bang, bang. You have enough time to react. You do not need to make any rolls for that. Book.
Yeah, I just hit the dirt.
Book. Do you have combat reflexes?
No.
All right. So in your case, you will be surprised for at least a turn. You're expecting trouble, but you probably didn't expect bullets to start flying through the door and walls.
Yeah, not yet.
And you are not near enough. So, Ditch, you will be hit by a bullet, but not sufficient to cause damage. It just sort of glances off your coat.
What kind of wall is this? Is this like a drywall?
Pretty much, interior house drywall.
Okay.
So there'll be a frame and that's about it. And the drywall itself, maybe some insulation. So full continuous burst, just at moving up and down, left and right. You have nowhere to really. If you were in front of the door, you most likely would have been hit. You had enough time to react to avoid being shot. However, one bullet does hit you, but not in a way to cause damage. You'll have a bruise there. It's like a paintball shot.
Yeah. So what does it do to the wall? Is it just got a bunch of little bitty holes in
Lots
it,
of
or
holes
is it
in
torn
it.
it the hell up?
It's just lots of itty bitty holes.
So we're gonna have to go through the door still, probably. And you said the door was locked.
Yes.
I am gonna wave Book back and see if we can't just not make any noise.
Are you going to move at all?
I'm thinking.
And in case you have forgotten, we have a nonverbal signal for me to drop darkness on you. A gesture.
Ah. Did we establish that? That was a good idea.
Yep. Yeah, it was. I've only actually done it once, though.
No, I think I'm gonna crawl back away from the hot zone there, but only just.
Alright, move yourself to where you're going to be. Alright, bullets continue to fly through the door and the wall area. Anywhere in front of that area, including where you were standing right next to the door, is fairly dangerous at present.
It is not following me.
It does not appear to be.
Roughly like so. He's gonna shoot up his TV.
Yes, he probably will shoot up his TV. You could make an observation roll for me.
I could. Okay, it's gonna be like that. I can see right through a bullet hole.
Judging from trajectories of bullet holes to where they hit the wall, like the outside wall, you could say the shooter is pretty much right where that cone starts.
I'll point that out to Book.
Sorry, I was saying goodnight to a kid. What did I miss?
The cone there, the apex of that cone is where the shooter is.
Oh, okay.
Very likely.
Or at least very close to that.
Tracers work both ways.
Okay. I am going to start falling back very quietly, get plenty of distance, and produce my shotgun.
Okay.
I will also back away, staying about a yard away.
Bullets continue to pepper the wall, and then abruptly stop as you guys will realize he has just emptied his clip.
And about that point,
you hear the as the last shot leaves the chamber.
I will fire the AP hex round at the doors.
Okay.
And hoping the hell he doesn't have Fiona strapped to the backside of it, because that would be awkward.
So indicate where your shots are. Basically line of fire. And where you're shooting from.
That's probably good enough there. So about like so, I think.
Sure. Range penalty +4 for a stationary non-moving target. Go for it.
You want to do all this stuff, or you just want to roll it straight up? I'll just
roll to see if you hit. Easy hit.
Yeah, so just one shot. That is 5D. with a 1d minus 1 concussion.
2 damage.
So it's not very
The
far.
door didn't dodge.
Wow. That's a lot of 5s and 6s.
One moment while I quickly check the average hit points on a door. I don't think that's it. I think you blew the door up. You blew it up. Actually, just I'll do a health roll for the door.
Seems reasonable.
The door will break. It'll fall off its hinges. Well, it'll fall off one hinge. It remains on the top hinge, but the door ceases to function as an obstacle, other than something you need to push past.
Okay, well, that was not a silenced explosion, so he knows there's explosives on the other side.
Hearing-based perception rolls from people, please. Those that are in the room.
Duh.
Okay.
Bookworm, you will not hear it, but Ditch,
His ears are ringing.
you can hear footsteps from the stairs.
Alright, I'll thumb Bookworm back to the door there. Let him know we got incoming.
Alright, this near door?
Yeah. Now that's the heavy steel door and it's locked, so...
Yeah, but the stairs are to the left of it over there.
Yeah, the stairs are behind a wall, so the stairs are contained within a stairwell with a steel door and a maglock.
Hmm. About how long do we got, you think? For those guys to reach the door. Or for the sound to reach the door, I should say.
The sound to reach the door.
We got a couple of seconds before they go through it.
Oh, you've got a good, they're obviously running upstairs, so you've got a good 3-4 turns.
Okay. Then I will take a turn to load a EMP round into the shotgun and shoot that door with it.
Righto. So 1 turn. Reload.
So let me see here.
2 turn ready.
Fast draws do I have?
3rd turn.
Oh, of course I don't have that. Okay, I gotta fetch the round, I gotta place it, and rack it. That's 2. And then fire. Yeah, that sounds right. Actually, what is it listed? Derp, 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 derp. Yeah, shots. Yeah, 2i. So, 2 rounds.
Then you have to re-ready your weapon.
Well, it's ready at that point. So, 2 rounds to load, and then fire.
Okay. So on your 3rd turn, you'll fire.
Yeah.
Alright, so you imagine they're arriving at the top of the stairs. That area. The sound is getting louder.
Alright, well, I'm not going to wait for him. I'll just shoot it.
Alright. Make a roll.
That was a shitty roll.
So that is going to probably miss.
Oh, I doubt it, but it's still a shitty roll.
With range penalties and stuff. What's the area of EMP?
All right, we got -5 for range. Got +4 because it's a door, and got +1 for laser sight. +1 for all out determined, and that's probably it. So ultimately hit by 2.
Alright, is there any
I
damage?
don't recall what the radius is. It's 1d. Okay, there is an explosive, but it's a special is what's important.
And what is the health roll penalty?
That I need to find. Let me see, because I haven't used that in a while.
While you find that,
157?
you will hear a shout coming from the other side of that door. It appears to be the voice of Jack, and he says, "You have one chance. Surrender, and no one needs to get killed. Keep this up, you're gonna die." And he'll emphasize that with and that is not negotiable. Alright, health -8. Oops. Okay. You see the lights on the door panel will go out. Or at least flutter and then go out.
Okay, so kind of look at Book and shrug.
Book, you can hear the sound of other people, or people on the other side of the door.
Well, I guess the best thing to do would be to lay some darkness over there and let Ditch go in and carve them up.
Do you have to have line of sight?
Mm-hmm.
Hey. Okay.
I don't have to have line of sight to cast it on you, though.
No, what I was thinking.
You'll just be in the center of it.
No, thinking I'm gonna run over to the wall and punch a hole in it.
Oh.
I will let you know what I'm doing. That's some shitty damage, though. Yeah, it doesn't take much to get through the drywall.
Especially since it's got some holes in it and stuff.
I'll put some stank on it, though.
Alright, punching through the drywall is easy. Your fist will put a nice fist-sized hole into the drywall.
Then I will step out of the way of it. Because bullets are probably coming.
And where is Book going to be?
Approximately where I am there.
bullets will start coming through the wall. With Ditch being closest, you are very narrowly hit by one of these bullets, Ditch, as he's not firing bullets, at the actual spot. It's in an area. It's like suppression fire around the spot. You are very narrowly hit by a bullet. The drywall sort of explodes near you, and you realise that was close.
Yeah, just kind of hunkered down behind the coat.
Alright, next turn. You just staying put?
If he's, basically when he's done firing at that point, I'll wave Book over.
Alright, is Book doing anything?
I'm looking up a spell, 1 second.
Point of order, we are closing in on 10 o'clock.
Yes, we want to try and wrap this up.
Y'all need to start shooting better.
No, I'm not doing anything. It would take 30 seconds to summon an elemental.
Oh. Yeah, that would have been nice. Should have thought of that earlier.
Yeah, I should have done that up on the roof. Lasts an hour.
Remember that next time.
Alright, where were you waving me to?
Okay, so whenever he's done shooting at that hole, I'm going to point you to the hole and you can cast through it.
Does we get the sound of his clip being empty again?
You indeed will. So you haven't moved from your positions?
Nope.
Alright, I will roll to see if you get hit by random stray bullets. Bullets are flying everywhere.
He's not very precise.
Well, he's not trying to be precise. He's trying to carpet bomb the wall. There is the click of the slide locking back. He is out of ammo. A magazine drops to the floor.
Right, I'm going to go up to the hole and look in. What do I see?
Alright, so you will see the shooter is an orc with an assault carbine. And he is in the process of reloading. You see behind him is Jack, and on the floor at his feet, next to the bed there, is what you imagine is Fiona Craig. She is gagged and bound by the wrists and ankles.
Okay.
Jack has, has hold. He has a pistol in one hand, and he has hold of Fiona in the other, just sort of holding her, by the clothes. She is like in the seated fetal position, traumatized. What do you do?
I'm going to use throw spell to throw a mental stun at Orc 1.
Okay, make your rolls.
I
Why
forgot
not
about
Jack?
that one.
Because Jack is the one with the machine gun.
No, Jack has a
No,
pistol.
Orc has Orc is the with the one machine gun who's reloading. And Jack's holding the pistol at the chick.
Mm-hmm.
So if you breach, he's just going to shoot her.
I'm not gonna breach and just cast stun on the guy. So, but you're saying that you think I should stun Jack instead?
Yeah.
Because
'cause if,
the Orc is unavailable at the moment. He's in the process of reloading. So Ditch could go through the wall and potentially take the bad
Right.
guys out.
I will attempt it.
Well, cast your spells.
Whoa.
Wow.
Jeez, Fantasy Grounds.
And your
Cut
throw
and
spell.
Screw you.
Okay, and now to actually throw it.
Finger guns.
Pew pew. It's going to be -5 for range. I am going to do... What was it that got me so many bonuses when I did throw spell before? I only got... Oh, the aim. I'm not gonna do
Aim,
that.
accuracy, all out attack.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Well, you could still do the all-out determined.
Yeah, for +1, I'll take the range down, or take it to a total of -4. Which is about a
Damn.
50-50. And I made it!
Okay.
That's
All right.
resisted by will against the against my spell, which is 16.
Alright. The orc is too busy reloading to notice your spell incoming. He gets no defense.
Not
You
the
mean Jack?
Orc.
I'm targeted on Jack.
Oh, sorry, Jack. Okay, then.
Would he get a defense? Is it like visible?
How is that resisted?
It's resisted by
Or
will.
it's just resisted by will. He doesn't get a. He can't dodge it or anything.
I don't know if
I
you can
guess.
dodge the throw spell. We'll just say he doesn't.
If he knows to expect it, I mean, he'd probably be expecting a gun, not
Right.
somebody to finger gun him. No, he's
It's
pointing his fingers at me.
resisted by what?
Will. Against a 16.
And you succeed. You're stunned by 0. He has successfully succeeded his resistance.
Alright.
He reacts to the stun. You see, for a moment, his thoughts and stuff are clouded, but he recovers quickly and will level his pistol in sort of your direction.
There you
Good.
go.
He's not pointing it at Fiona then.
Now Ditch can go through the wall and shoot everybody.
I lean back and say, go.
There's no way Ditch is going through the wall because you've got the framing of the wall and stuff like that. You shoot
I
him
made
through
a
it
shot with how many
I made a
rounds?
big ass hole down there. I've already.
And
through the
And
door. You can go.
How many clips full of ammo did you say have been put through this drywall?
Yeah, but that's only
Probably
putting
Swiss cheese.
it's only putting holes. There's still the framework.
Yeah, but you can probably see where the framework is
I've
now.
seen Casino Royale. I saw how James Bond was able to run through the drywall with no problem.
Yeah, as long as you don't hit a stud, you can go right through it. Just like Kool-Aid Man.
Oh
Well,
yeah!
I got a move of 8, so it'll take me 3 rounds to get to him.
we will go in combat turns because it's going to be important now. So ditch. So you just moved.
Yeah.
I'll remove Paladin from the tracker since, unless you want to be dealing with bad guys.
I'm you can remove him. That's fine.
Book.
How close to finishing reloading is Orc 1?
He has almost finished.
Alright, then I'm going to throw spell Terror at him.
Okay.
Good one.
Still a -5, that sucks.
You may be careful with your all-out attack because Jack has pointed his pistol in your direction.
Yeah, I was just going to take the -5 this time. Ah, missed.
Alright, Jack will take aim. Orc 1 will finish his reload. Fiona will whimper. Perception rolls for Ditch and Book. Ditch, Book, both of you hear beep 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 from the door behind.
Okay.
Ditch, your turn.
Move.
Advance the tracker.
I'm still getting situated.
Are you gonna shoot a dude as well?
No, I don't have time for that.
Well, that orc is reloaded, so he's gonna turn around and shoot at you.
He's gonna shoot at me full speed, and I'm doing I'll end up doing acrobatic movement there a little bit.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and roll that.
I'm going to take a step and then cast.
If it wasn't clear, both of you heard the keypad of the steel door behind you. Yeah.
Where I drew a line from?
Yes. So you've heard the steel door beep as obviously the EMP has worn off and the door is active again. And someone has just punched in a code.
Casting a 3-yard darkness.
That encompasses you.
Yes, but I know where I'm about to go.
Okay.
I'm going to keep stepping the same way I just stepped towards the door that Ditch just went through.
Alright. End your turn. And roll your darkness.
Ah, yeah.
Jack is going to fire his pistol through the drywall where Book is.
Well,
It will be a 3-shot.
I've moved from that hole.
Yep, I realise that.
Oh, okay.
And none of those shots are sufficient to hit. But you do feel fragments of drywall sort of, fly into your face.
Got it. It's much scarier getting shot in the dark. shot at in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
With a loaded assault rifle, the orc turns around to face Ditch and will open up with a full burst.
But he rolls an 18. Roll an 18.
I forgot the range penalty. It's what, minus
That's not that far.
1, 2. So you will be hit by 2 hits.
That was pretty weak.
It was.
Well, it's because he was too busy screaming as he shot at you. That does not improve the shooting capability.
The window behind you blows out as these bullets, the extraneous bullets, pepper the wall behind you. Make your acrobatic dodge. That's sufficient to dodge all.
She's going to scream, isn't she?
Yes, she screams.
All right. Phil's favorite's coming up.
We'll see. Oh, my favorite. You're going to roll 3 sixes?
Oh, not that favorite. The other favorite. It's Captain America knee.
Ah, yes.
I didn't skip leg day. So 1 fatigue for a heroic charge, and knee strike to the. We'll just take it to the torso. Is he wearing armor? Obvious armor.
The orc, Jack. No,
Jack.
He just ballistic clothing. The only people that had obvious armor were the ones that came outside, and they had probably put that armor on just prior.
Okay, so I guess I don't have any. Is he standing?
He is standing with Fiona at his feet. His left hand is holding Fiona by the sort of collar of her shirt, so she can't run anywhere. And in his right hand, he has a pistol which he has just offloaded into the wall where Book was.
Yeah, I can't think of anything else to do here, so I'll go ahead and put Deceptive 1 on that, just in case.
Oh, I forgot when you're inside the darkness, you can see out of it. People just can't see into it or through it.
Yep.
I don't have Deceptive on there.
That's only when the darkness has been cast and you're inside it when it was cast. I think if someone goes into it, then they are still dark.
No. A person who's inside the area can see out normally, but can't see anything inside the darkness.
In all cases. So if someone was outside and then comes in, they can see.
They can see out of the darkness, but they can't see anything inside the circle, whether they're in or out.
Right, okay. So you can't see either.
I can't see anything in the circle, but I can see out of it.
Yep, okay.
And I will look back over my shoulder and see those guys.
Alright, that's a good hit. Deceptive 1.
Jack is not. No, he saw you come in. He will
sure
attempt.
He didn't do an all-out attack against Book?
He will not. No, he didn't. He's not that silly. However, he's not going to retreat or anything like that because he wants to hold Fiona.
Well, and he's got a desk right behind him.
However, he succeeds his dodge. You applied deceptive -1, yeah? So yes,
Well, you
that's
suck.
still a succeed.
On the
Bookworm.
bright side, the orc is not going to be daring to shoot you because you're going to be in close with this guy.
Full move.
Ideally.
All right, Jack, from close range, is going to push his gun into your belly and fire.
Oh no. Can't you parry that?
Yep.
You can.
Parry it into the
my
orc.
God. Do you get any bonuses for doing that? I don't think you do.
For what?
Bonuses for pushing the gun into someone.
Oh,
Bonuses to hit.
You can treat that as telegraphed.
Telegraph doesn't give you a better critical, though, does it?
No, it doesn't.
A better critical?
Yeah, he missed a critical by 1. 3 shots will hit.
Gidge, parry that thing straight into the orc.
Ooh.
Okay, let me think here. I am not going to retreat.
Don't think you can.
I could potentially do acrobatic on that. No, but that's only for dodge. I don't want to dodge. So I will do feverish.
Okay. And that is sufficient.
And that
2.
means I will
Doesn't that happen on your turn?
Nope. So I did 5 points to his arm.
Ow.
Crushing, so that's only going to be blunt trauma due to ballistic clothing. But you will knock
It
his...
might be to the weapon though in this case, since it's a technically so it'd be a...
Either way, 5 is
Disarm.
not going to destroy the handgun.
Telling you,
So
you should
either
have
way,
parried
his arm is
pistol into
knocked
the orc.
away, and the shots go poof, 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 off to the side.
Into the orc.
I shall roll to see.
1 of 3.
Native. The orc is not hit. Alright, orc
Disappointing.
is going to... this is potentially going to hurt Ditch.
He's gonna shoot me?
No, he's going to charge forward, move and attack, and butt strike you to the back of the head. You get no defense though because you were in a
What?
rear hex.
Don't think so. Hold on. Where was he?
There.
Whatever.
It
Now
will
you
be
need to roll an 18.
telegraphed.
Okay, I have got to take a break.
I think a butt strike is actually rolled on your gun skill, isn't it? -2, something like that.
No, I don't think that's the case.
Might be brawling.
I think it's brawling.
Alright, so we got -4. It's capped at 9, so I'll just roll anyway.
18. 18.
That's a miss.
Stands to reason. He came charging in there and went whiff.
You will see the door behind you, Book, open up, and a couple of orcs will charge into the room. Right,
I would
so
have to have seen
Daniel,
that before I moved.
He stepped forward. He's capped at 9. The butt of his rifle sort of hits the side of your face, knocks your glasses, half off your face. So I can't remember that Terminator scene where Arnie's glasses are sort of half knocked off his face. That is the case with you, as his butt just slides off the side of your face as he fails to connect decently.
Okay.
Fiona screams.
Okay, well, I'm in a pickle now, aren't I? Okay, I need to do a couple of things. I need to fast draw 2 knives. I would like to do it a little better than that. And yeah, I'm gonna have to do flurry of blows here. I'm gonna run out of fatigue points.
Are you gonna change your facing or anything here?
I'm debating.
Do a facing change at the end of your turn.
Yeah, if you take a step, you can end it facing any way you want.
So you can, if you attack Jack with full, your first attack, then you can take a step back, turning one facing, so then you can attack the second guy. And have both in front.
Technically I could use backstrike on him anyway, but
you don't want to keep him in your back hex though.
Well, depends on whether or not I hit him. But in this particular case, because I'm having to do rapid strike, I don't think I'm gonna do that. Okay, so that's gonna put me at, yeah, it could be better. Alright, we'll just keep it simple then. One for Jack. And one for the other guy.
Jack will attempt to dodge.
And I will do this step there.
Jack fails his dodge.
I will call that a random.
No deceptive.
No.
Alright, the orc has successfully dodged, but Jack did not.
Okay. Sucks for you, buddy.
You're totally gonna kill the guy that we're trying to potentially capture. Random location?
That was kind of a...
No, it was torso. So roll d6.
Well, he's damn lucky. He's lucky that was a shit roll.
That's swing, it's not an impale.
Oh, okay. No stab.
Still, it's going to be
Now, divide armor by
Mostly
10. Does it
ignoring
round
his
up or
armor.
down?
down.
Does DR round up or down?
I think it wasn't there like a minimum 1 or something like that.
I think it rounds up. Because the damage you do is not quite one full sort of thing. So we'll
I
say
don't
up.
remember.
Alright, he will take some damage. Not sufficient for a major wound, but you slash across his jacket, and you see you've cut into skin, and he is bleeding. Book.
Full move.
Jack will take his pistol. He will wince in pain, take his pistol while he's holding Fiona, and he'll point it to his head, and he'll shout, "Back off!"
Pointed to his own head?
Her head, sorry.
He's crazy. He'll do it. Not one step closer, or the sheriff gets it.
The orc is going to take this opportunity to step back and unload a full burst into your persons.
That doesn't make threats work very well.
Wow. Just wow. That is
All
a
sixes.
fail. No, roll a 17.
Okay. That's a malfunction.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a
Or is
malfunction? He was rolling on a skill of 19, so that's just a normal failure.
It doesn't matter. It's an automatic weapon.
No.
Depends on the
I
weapon.
see. Okay. Okay, on any unmodified attack roll equal to or greater than its mouth. So, yeah, 17. So that's a
17
malfunction.
is the Malf on a assault carbine?
Yeah, unless it's fine or very fine, or other specific things.
Alright. Misfire.
What did misfire to? Okay, weapon fails to fire, armory +2 or IQ base, blah blah to identify.
You just got to do sports.
Yeah. Wow, that sucked for him.
Tried to feed 3 rounds at once.
Actually, you don't have sight on those extra orcs now. Fiona, she lowers her head, closes her eyes as she almost expects, she's going to die here. Ditch.
Oh
Tackled
man.
Jack away from her.
Give me a perception roll.
Take his hand off.
That's kind of where I was thinking.
Ditch, you know that this guy didn't take weight. So he hasn't
Okay.
his turn wasn't a weight. So you probably have the opportunity to do something.
Yeah, I think for the sake of expediency, let's just... Damn it. Because he's going to dodge it. Mm-hmm. And that guy's gonna get shot in the back because he's gonna not pay attention to Bookworm coming up. Oh, by the way, he's standing on the bed.
Oh, okay. He took a step back to the side then.
Did he sit down then? Ah, okay.
He should have tripped over it. That would have been hilarious.
Yep, tabled himself.
Let's see. No, I'll just I'll take the swing at it, I guess, hopefully.
I'll drink and do it.
Damn it. I'm good, but I'm not quite good enough.
Should
to
tack
really
him
make
He's,
this
into the
work.
wall.
He's been quite violent about this, so when he thrust the pistol into her head, he sort of pushed her head to the side with the barrel of his gun, so his gun's right against her skull.
Shit.
Grapple it. He didn't take a weight.
Yeah, but if I grapple it, he'll still be able to pull the trigger.
How come?
Because it won't prevent him from pulling the trigger? Unless I grapple his finger.
I'm going to rule that if you grapple his arm or his gun, that it will be a strength roll, contest of strength, to see if he's able to still hold the position to get a shot
and
off.
he's an orc.
No.
He's not an orc.
Ditch would cut his hand off.
Oh, I thought Captain Jack was a...
No, he's just ugly.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, I don't have to cut his hand off. I could cut his arm off. Wait, no. He's got fucking armor.
It's taken a long time to take your turn. You're almost getting to the point where you take weight. Where the GM rules that you're taking weight.
I'm gonna have to telegraph this. Is he wearing gloves?
He is in his picture, so yes.
Ah! Okay. Yeah, I don't have any fucking choice here. Oh, damn it, I don't have that on here.
There is another possibility that you don't attack.
Yeah, I don't see that as a possibility here. It's possible. It's unlikely.
Alright, so decide what you're doing. Okay, and that is at his hand. Alright, so
Yeah.
he will dodge, so the gun's not going to be on her skull anymore. And he'll get +2 for the telegraph.
Love it!
18.
Oh no. Oh no. He gets hit.
Oops. We don't have... Oh, yeah, we do. Don't!
Roll damage.
Yeah, that's coming off.
Ouch. Alright, so you sever his hand right across his palm. Sort of where, at the back, the last knuckle of his thumb, down across his palm, sort of sliding down the back of the pistol grip. taking off most of his hand. And a small sliver of the pistol's rubber grip also is cut, severed.
Cut to girlish scream.
That will require a major wound roll. And it's 1/3 to cripple, so...
No, it's a quarter for the extremity.
Right, so in that case...
Oh, okay. So I still need to do a third times 2 to actually sever.
Yeah, that's severed. You're doing 10 cutting to his hand. Or 10 to his hand. It's gone. And health roll. He shakes off the major wound, but he immediately, cradles his hand and starts shouting, "You cut my hand off! Frack you! You cut my hand off!" Book.
Alright. I'm guessing that Orc 1 is focusing on what's unfolding between Jack and Ditch and is not looking my way at all. Is that correct?
You are still within his periphery, which means...
Yes, but is he... What I'm asking is he using his periphery, or is he paying attention to what's happening to Jack and Ditch?
Well, he's paying attention to what's happening to Jack. What it comes down to is I will roll a perception to see if you draw his attention.
Well, I'm looking at him for cues of him noticing me. Like, is he turning his head towards me, or is he looking away from me? So go ahead and make it, in other words, because I'll be able to tell. I would think.
Alright, so you are taking weight then.
No. I want to know whether he sees me or no. Whether I see the back of his head, or whether his eye is where he can see me.
Well, I imagine that equates to a weight, since he doesn't get to react yet.
What?
Until his turn.
But
Basically, what he's doing.
I took a full move last time. I'm in the room already.
Book came around the corner, and if he sees eyes, he does one thing. If he sees the back of his head, he just keeps going.
Right.
Well, at the moment you're seeing back of his head.
Alright, I'm going to
He hasn't had a turn.
Mental stun at him.
He hasn't had a turn to actually turn around to you.
He has had a turn since I entered the room. Yeah.
No, he hasn't.
Yes, he
Yes, he
has,
has.
because he opened fire at Ditch. And
He goes after me.
Right, okay.
Right, so I take a step and throw mental stun at him again. Hopefully with a better result this time.
Well, you're a lot closer.
And you're targeting a different person.
Ooh, he's not going to resist that if I can hit him with it.
And he's at least distracted.
And I will be doing all out,
That's brave.
so it's going to be -2.
Well, he sees a bloody hand flying in the air.
Yes. So, if he gets no defense because he was looking away, he gets to make a will roll contested at success by 9.
Alright, do your...
Did he make it?
No.
Alright, he is mentally stunned.
Alright, so he's stunned.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jack still got fight in him, or is he Or is he
I will be rolling
occupied?
for that. Jack takes weight. Orc, he gets to roll to come out of stun every turn, yeah?
Yes. That's all he can do until he succeeds.
Is he at any penalties, or is he rolling at the
No.
same? Does he have to succeed his roll by the margin you succeed?
I believe he only has to make a health roll.
Well, no, this is mental stuff.
Or was it IQ?
Either way, it doesn't matter, he's still stunned.
Well, now that this guy is disarmed, I think I'm actually going to grab him by the scruff and start trying to drag him away from her. Keeping half an eye out for the other guy, see if he sorts himself out.
Alright, so you go to grapple.
Yeah.
Alright, when you move into grappling, he will activate his weight, and he attempts to just like Sparta kick you away. So a shove.
Bring it.
You're gonna have to stab him in the leg.
He does not have high pain, so that's a fail.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to call this one-handed to the torso.
I will also need you to make a perception roll, please. Just you, Ditch.
Yeah. No, I didn't put that on there. Perception. Not this time.
Ooh, this will be interesting. Okay, Ditch.
Totally
Got
gonna
hold of
miss
him.
the fact that Fiona's eyes are glowing.
Alright, well, I'm in close with him, and I got hold of his lapel.
Full move.
He will attempt to dodge your attack, but fails.
Actually, that's probably going to be more of an arm around his chest, since I do still have the weapon in hand.
What do you mean you still have the weapon in hand?
I've still got 2 knives.
Right, okay. Jack will attempt to break free. Roll strength. He succeeds by 0. Oops. Same strength, doesn't matter. He's not breaking free. Well, crawls to come out of stun. And does not. Okay. Ditch.
I am dragging him. So I believe that's just going to be a contest. Do the strength versus wrestling, whatever.
Defender wins. So in this case, he's the defender. You don't manage to wrestle him.
He won. Holy shit.
Alright, now that I'm close enough to touch this guy, and I am behind him and he doesn't know I'm there, I'm going to cast Fascinate upon him, reaching out my hand and touching his back.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, nice. Doesn't
Wow.
even cost anything.
I think Fascinate, you need to lock eye contact, but
Let me see.
it's, while you're staring at him,
Oh,
he
as long
remains
as I maintain. Yep, you're right. So
you,
I can't do that. That was a waste of a roll then.
well, you could substitute it for another one, or you step
I'm
in front
gonna-
of him. You can step in front of him by one step. You'd be in the front left side hex.
Here,
Oh, like that. Okay, that's what I'll do.
Alright, so he will
I'll
remain
look him in the
fascinated.
eye and say,
He's not even close to succeeding that.
and he's still
Alright.
stunned too. Poor guy.
You'll both be able to hear at least the orcs that came up the stairs. They are approaching the bedroom.
Oh man.
This sudden lull in shoosting and stuff is broken by the gunshots. This time coming from ditch down at your feet, and you see Fiona has picked up Jack's gun and fired off some shots into Jack.
Oops.
The shots, strike him in the torso, and Jack will sort of collapse to his knees like stunned. He did not expect this at all.
Oh, those are some expensive bullets.
Okay. He is going to, after she fires, he will hold out a hand and tell her to, ooh, hold on.
You will need to convince her via some sort of skill, otherwise she's going to keep firing this gun until it's empty.
Okay. Well, then I'll use his
How many
one.
rounds
Or
are
you
in
attempt
that
to,
rifle?
or you attempt
Alright.
to disarm.
How many rounds are in that pistol
30.
normally? Ooh, okay, never mind.
Actually, intimidating her might be a bad idea too.
But Jack, combat has ended for the moment. Jack drops to his knees. He's still alive. He's bleeding from these wounds that he's just taken into his midriff and side. He's looking stunned at Fiona. The book, you will notice the guys that appear at the door will see that Jack has just been taken down. They look at each other and both of them will flee.
They are the two stormtroopers from
Mm-hmm.
the Force Awakens.
Well, they ain't getting paid anymore, so they're not sticking around.
Right, so they're running downstairs to loot the snot out of this place.
The guy that comes out of stun, he will surrender. So the only thing you have to resolve now is Fiona, and she will, like I said, continue to unload as she's pulling the trigger. Just
As soon as she fired that one shot, I think what Ditch is going to do is throw his coat over him. So just grab the edge of his coat and throw it over him so that he's covered by the extra armor. And just let her empty it.
It'll go
Once-
through that jacket.
That's okay.
he's still got blunt trauma and stuff.
Once
Yeah.
once the slide rack's back on an empty magazine, I will go over and cast minor healing on him to stabilize him.
Ah, there you go.
So unless she did enough damage to murder him outright, he's going to be okay.
After she's done clicking, Ditch will tell her,
Actually, once the magazine is empty and it's clicked, she then just sort of leans over and starts, clubbing him with her. Her hands are still like lashed together.
Don't make me cast Fascinate again.
But she, clubs him with both hands until, she's got it out, the rage out of her system, and she just sort of falls to the side and is, crying and traumatized.
Like him.
He'll let her finish getting that out of her system first, and then he'll cut her free and tell her that normally I would let you have at him, but somebody needs him alive, and there's money in it.
All right, there is sufficient blunt trauma to cause a. I'm not going to roll the damage, but 30 shots.
Yeah. Some of it's going to get through.
For a death roll, which he succeeds. So Jack does not die, but he is messed up.
That was lucky. Yeah, and I'm not trying to heal his wounds. I just want him stable so that we can deliver him to Tosh, which is who I am calling now.
We could take his boat.
Yeah, or Tosh could pick us up at the docks in a police boat.
He doesn't care how you want to do it, but you have to deliver him not inside the Orc Underground, because that would constitute a illegal arrest and all that sort of stuff.
Then we do need to take the boat.
Yeah, we don't have to take it far. Just take it far enough to get it out of the area.
So we get him and Fiona to the boat and exit the Orc Underground. We'll continue to use our guide if he's willing, if he hasn't already run off because of all the shooting.
No, he has kept his distance, stayed back. He says he saw the other guys run out. The guys that Paladin drew off, they sort of returned after it. It was pointless trying to chase this guy that was.
And the other orcs who came up the stairs warned them off?
Yeah, they said, boss is dead, we ain't getting paid.
Job's over.
Yeah.
They're probably
and
lucky he didn't
they book it.
And then they those dudes are like looking around and they totally see Paladin sitting next to the kid. Hey,
we should pay the kid double.
And he does the blade smile.
Actually, Book is going to pay him double. I'm going to give him another 100.
Yeah, if Paladin's sitting next to the kid, these guys that were chasing Paladin, for a moment they stop and consider, let's take him. But then realise, no, it's not worth it. Not worth the risk. You look actually genuinely badass.
And also, he's got a orc kid friend. He can't be all bad.
Totally not breathing hard like they are.
When
they will see the orc kid and they'll sort of snarl at him, but he will just grin ear to ear like you just got messed up.
He grins.
Remember that time you guys beat me up?
Ear to ear, just as Paladin is giving him some more money.
Oh, you're paying him extra.
You remember
too?
that time that you roughed me up?
Day.
This is payback, bitch. That's his attitude. Nice. He has a grin just like in his picture.
I'll toss the kid the hand.
Ooh, that's cold.
So you gave him a hand?
I suppose I did.
All right, kid, take us to the boat and show us how to get the boat out of here. As Book also hands him extra money, unaware that Paladin has already paid him extra.
Kid doesn't say a thing about it.
Neither do I.
All right, so he will show you where the boat is. If you guys have boating as a skill, you're welcome to use it. There is no opposition at the boat. I guess you're carrying the unconscious body of
Yep.
Yeah.
Jack.
Yes.
So anyone that was in the dock area that sees this sees also Jack as an unconscious either corpse or body, and they decide it's just not
Nope.
worth getting involved.
Nope.
Nice.
Sometimes you just go too far and your past catches up with you, and these people go, nah.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah, and you will be able to get onto his boat and depart. Detective Athak will say, ask for where you're going to drop him off,
We'll
and he will
find
meet
the
you there.
nearest
Yeah,
dock.
wherever Pip is taking us.
May recommend that he has some medical people standing by.
Pip, you ever thought about owning a boat?
Well, Pip will sort of farewell you at the docks. He's not going to go with you.
I thought we needed him to get out.
No, he'll take you to the boat. You can see the exit. It's a narrow, sort of crack in the rocks.
Gotcha.
But he's quite a happy chappy at the moment, as he's made a fair bit of coin.
Hey, how do we get in touch with you if we need to?
He says, I don't know, I don't have a comlink or anything like that, but I usually hang around the tourist drive trying to pick up jobs and here and there.
Well, shit. Alright, I'll throw him my last burner. And say, I'll call you on that if I need you.
He looks at it and you can see it's like, wow, you guys are cool. He goes,
Yeah, we
wow,
really
cool. It's like,
I'm going to take him as a contact.
Pip is moving up in the world.
Next thing you know, he's going to be a gang lord down here.
Or just continue to be a street kid. Street kid is one of the original Shadowrun contact archetypes.
He can be your little birds. Or bird.
Yeah, exactly. They know stuff. They know where stuff is. They know who people are. They see things and people don't see them.
The homeless network.
Alright, so you will tell Detective Athak where to pick up the dude. And
Make sure to have medical standing by.
there will be a dock wagon medical unit on standby. There is a number of patrol cars. Soon as you drop him off,
We're going to get arrested for stealing the boat.
No. As soon as you drop him onto the docks, this guy is unconscious, and Athak, almost mockingly says, Jack Turner, you are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. As he's sort of dragging him over to one of the dock wagon gurneys.
You have the right to remain silent, blah, blah, blah.
He hands him over to dock wagon. He looks back to you guys and say, don't go anywhere.
Yeah, we're totally gone.
How are you going to get paid?
We got to get paid.
That's true, we gotta get paid.
He doesn't mind. You can take off if you wish. Are you revealing the presence of Fiona?
Nah.
Are you revealing to her that you are contracted to rescue her?
I'm presuming
Yes.
that would make sense.
Once I cut her free, I told her that we were here for her.
All right, and you want her to stay out of
In
sight
a
of the
good
cops?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so she will trust you, and she will stay out of sight of the cops.
You did let her shoot him and beat the crap out of him.
Yeah, mostly.
You will hear Athak tell the dockwagon people, "Will this guy survive?" The dockwagon medics will, plug him into all the machines and inject some drugs, and one of them nods. I think so.
He's just missing a hand, and he's been shot a couple times.
So, with that, he will, leave them be, and he will head off back to you guys. He will wait till the scene sort of clears out a bit, so there's not too many people watching, and he will then say Doc Wagon says he will live. So I guess you have upheld your end of the bargain, and you can tell, guy doesn't like you, but a deal is a deal. And Dana has authorized me to pay you. He will hand you a certified cred stick, and he says it would be in your best interest not to mention that you have worked with us.
Worked with who again?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He gives you a sideways sort of grin and a nod, and he turns around, doesn't say another thing, and will sort of wrap up the scene.
Cool.
And then Vape shows up with the Jeep.
Vapor will show up with the Jeep and say,
"Hey Tosh, how you doing, man? Long time no see."
"Grr, you're not running with these people."
Because he wasn't he a former cop himself?
I think he was cop or security. I think it might have been former security. But he had police contacts.
Cool.
The agreed sum, which is, in this case, it's only $9,000 because there was only 3 of you.
Right.
Vapor's presence was not known.
Yeah. I thought about bringing that up, but
It's all good.
And it
we're
is
getting paid all over.
It is a certified cred stick, so there's no tracing the money.
I got group study in the morning, so I gotta go. Take it easy, guys.
Right up. So there's no tracing this money, but if you lose the cred stick, you lose the funds that are on it.
Yeah.
I assume that you will make the call to McAllister.
Yep.
And McAllister will make arrangements to meet you and pick up Fiona.
When everything's all done there and we're taking her wherever we're taking her, Ditch is going to get his share out of the that certified cred stick and put it onto his, and then give that to Fiona and say, "For me taking your kill."
After she's sort of calmed down, she says to you, "It's probably best that I didn't kill him. I don't know if I could live with the knowledge."
Not everyone can.
All right. Because we wrap this up quickly, there is one detail that you have forgotten, and I'll give you the opportunity. Yes.
Where's the stone?
All right. So since you have not forgotten it, we will retcon this in the form of a search roll.
Search of the warehouse.
Yes.
Or the boat.
The warehouse.
I thought I'd picked that. Yeah, I did pick that up.
I think Ditch found it.
Yes. Ditch. You do find the stone. It was hidden in a lockbox in a hideaway underneath the bed in the bedroom. You lift a few boards and you find that. In the lockbox is some extra monies. And I'm not going to bother looking that up because we're way over time.
Yeah.
Way over time.
And we're doing a character reset anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
That's almost too bad. I had a lot of money.
And do you let Fiona know that you have found the stone?
It's her stone, wasn't it?
It is her stone, but you were asked to recover the stone. So whether you are going to... That was
the other guys that... What did they want? They just wanted us to...
Deliver the stone.
To them.
Yeah, so it's entirely up to Ditch. He could, secretly get his own payday.
Fiona will ask about it.
Oh, was she? Okay.
But does Ditch say anything about it?
Oh, if she asked about it, yeah, I picked it up. What do you want to do with it?
Does Ditch have anything like, stays bought or any such deserts?
No, but I'm thinking at this point he really doesn't have. Well, okay, he is distrustful in general, and he doesn't necessarily trust those new guys. He's more likely to trust a client of Claudia's than he is some random dude that just showed up out of nowhere. So he's not really inclined to give it up for the other guys. However, at this point, what he will probably say is some other guys at the, I can't remember, the Atlantean, whatever the hell, were
Atlantean Foundation
interested in making a purchase of that thing. So she can decide for herself what she wants to do with it.
She says, I can't give it away. And she will actually tell you that she's going to give it to her father, which is the Moreau. Which you've only heard by name.
Right, yeah.
You haven't met this individual.
So, Ditch should be perfectly fine letting her keep that. He's not hurting for money or anything, so those guys can pound it.
Okay. So there are some consequences of... So we wrap this up. There's nothing else that you want to do?
Not specifically that I can think of.
This campaign actually has some factions and stuff like that. So you will earn faction rep. You reneged on the Atlantean Foundation deal, so you're going to...
No, we didn't. We did not agree to it.
Well, I thought the agreement was that if you found it, you'd hand it over.
Said we
there
might,
was some understanding. Either way, it will be considered that you reneged on the deal. It'll come out that Atlantean Foundation, the Draco Foundation, who Moreau is a representative for, has acquired the stone. So that will give you some negative rep with the Atlantean Foundation. You will get some positive rep with Knight Errant. You will also get some positive rep with the Draco Foundation, and Fiona Craig And this faction rep, it comes into play on how you how these factions, deal with you in future.
Although it doesn't actually matter in this case, how are you planning on tracking that? Are we going to be adding those as traits, or are you just going to track those separately?
These will be tracked as separate numbers. I'll be using the thresholds and stuff like that are presented in the missions. However, once you get to certain thresholds, you can turn those into reputations, contacts, and patrons. At some point, you can take Pip as a contact right away. He's a 1-point contact.
Well, there you go.
All right, cool beans.
That could have ended more disastrously than it did.
It could have. And given the speed at which we go through these, I think each session or each mission is probably going to roll out to 2 sessions. We seem to move a little slower than normal.
Well, now it might be less of that if we get new characters and everybody is in on it and we're a little more focused.
But yeah,
I don't know, maybe, but
we'll squeeze them in.
I think 2 is
in
probably
between.
likely though.
Squeeze them in between our longer main sessions.
Yeah.
I guess we don't worry about points because resetting.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Is there any questions or informations that you wish to learn?
Nope.
Nope.
So I guess Book and Ditch will probably need to track the faction thing. So even if it's a reset, you can presume all the previous stuff happened.
Oh, right.
Well, the reputation is to the group. So, if new characters are entering the group, then, by association, you pick up these reps.
Gotcha.
And I assume Ditch is just being a remodeled Ditch, not a whole character change. So.
Yeah.
And Kerry said that he was going to stay as Book.
Yeah, he probably won't change him very much.
But that'll all happen next time we do this. So the next run is going to be Con Ops.
Yep, suppose so. Yay!
And Daniel, you made mention we should break up the longer runs.
Yeah, I thought that might be a good idea if we started doing that. It's actually really interesting that I think that the first part of this Shadowrun deal is already up to 80 views, and it's been 2 weeks.
Wow.
So it's shooting up there really damn fast. Now that may level off at some point here, but I guess we'll see.
Right.
And it's also the first in a series, and those always get more views than later ones.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to go ahead and log off.
All right.
Yeah,
so,
that's about it.
Good night, stream. Thanks
Good night,
for
stream.
tuning in.
Hey.
Catch you guys next week.